Geek Mob Mercenary Knows His Place. Volume 2 by Tsuchiru. Translated by Gadgetized Panda Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 27. Hello. You here for the Neuma Trading Company's escort job? 2 days after receiving the rewards for the territorial war sparked by a painting between the Roselo Count's family and the Griant Baron's family. As usual, I was at the Mercenary Guild's counter, chatting with Old Man Rones while considering the next request. Well, right now, the most common one is escorting merchant fleets. Yeah. It seems like the military and police are really going all out on pirate hunting. Pirate bounties are disappearing left and right. Old Man Rones wears a tired expression, as if worried that our work might dry up, but normally, it's expected for the military and police to deal with pirates. The issue is why they're so determined. However, there's no use pondering over it, but if that's the case, do we really need to hire escorts? Well, pirates haven't been reduced to zero. It's a perfectly reasonable idea to buy safety with money. Old Man Rones shows me the screen. It's clear he wants me to find a suitable job myself. Well then, let's see if there's anyone who meets the criteria. What's wrong? Instead of coffee, Old Man Rones, holding a bottle of mineral water, addresses me. It's a request from that favoritism-loving Duke's family. This time, it's for 10 people, probably because his sister became a criminal. They terminated their exclusive contract with Hiro-kun. Hiro-kun got into some serious trouble, so this time they've put out a decent request. Old Man Rones doesn't explicitly say it, but he's definitely hinting at that. I don't think anyone would take it. Given the mess he caused before, it'll be tough for him. Ignoring the screw-up Duke's request, I browse through the job requests on the screen. My eyes land on one specific request. Oh, there's a merchant fleet escort with a registration deadline today. They're looking for 6 people. The meeting is tomorrow at 1 p.m. in meeting room number 53. Departure is in 3 days, at 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow, and they need 1 more person. The reward is decent, and it's evenly split. Should I go for this one? Don't be late for the meeting. Meetings like this are where we discuss escort plans for small-scale requests, such as escorting merchant fleets. In the past, they used to do things on the fly, leading to frequent troubles and mistakes. Also, the reason the departure date isn't the day after the meeting is to avoid conflicts during the meeting, and in case a redo of the recruitment is needed. After completing the procedures, I headed to the docking area to inspect the patchwork. The next day, I had an early lunch and arrived at the Mercenary Guild's meeting room area. There are 120 meeting rooms here, which can also serve as emergency lodging facilities. Let's see. This time it's room number 53. Right here. By the way, arriving 10 minutes before the meeting time is the key to not being late. Even if I think no one is here, I'll give a knock just in case. Come in. Surprisingly, there was a response. I didn't expect someone to be here this early. Pardon me. Hello, are you here for the escort from the Neuma Trading Company? Inside were a clearly handsome young man and a beautiful girl with light green hair. The young man gave a refreshing smile, but the beautiful girl seemed to express something like, interrupting our alone time. Oh, you must be the participants. Are you two related? Yes, we're participants. Let's save introductions for when everyone gathers. After the necessary minimum conversation, we all took seats, with them choosing the farthest one. 5 minutes later, oh, you're early. Thought I was late. A man much older than me, and probably even older than Old Man Rones, showed up. Hello, are you here for the escort from the Neuma Trading Company? The handsome young man greeted him as he did with me. Yeah, nice to meet you. The man took a seat across from me. Then, 3 minutes later, a silent young man, dressed in a tank top, cargo pants, and leather gloves, as if he hangs out in the black market, walked in. When the handsome young man spoke to him, hello, are you here for the Neuma Trading Company's escort duty? Yeah, let's get started already, I replied with an annoyed or perhaps slightly pretentious tone. There's still one person missing. TCH. But when it was mentioned that not everyone had arrived yet, the other guy Levin clicked his tongue, crossed his arms, and fell silent. And then, at the last minute of the meeting time, At 1 p.m. Sorry. I thought I had time and ended up eating lunch, making me late. A tall, muscular woman entered. From her statement, it seemed she was quite lax with time. You're late. But I didn't technically arrive late, did I? That youth Levin complained, but it was brushed off. It seems you're definitely here for the Nemus Trading Company's escort duty. An attractive young man, though looking somewhat troubled, proceeded with the conversation. Let's start with introductions then. I'm Arthur Lingard. I'm a rook. I'm Sarah Sanada. I'm a soldier rank. I'm planning to become a Sarah Lingard soon. The two who arrived before me seem to be lovers. I'm Bernard Zag. I'm a soldier rank. Everyone, except the person himself, looked surprised at his statement. The oldest among us, wondering why he was just a soldier. Oh, I used to be a police officer until recently, but I messed up. So, I got a new job. With his explanation, everyone seemed to understand. I'm Levin Gristle. I'm a rook. I hope you won't get in my way. The black market youth introduced himself with a sullen expression, clearly annoyed. He's definitely a regular at the black market shopping district. I'm Maurice Rottelwar. I'm a knight. She, who came last, was a knight like me. With her wild hairstyle, brown skin, tall and muscular stature, and cheerful demeanor, she seemed like a great mercenary with a sense of ease. I'm John Uzos. I'm a knight too. Once everyone finished their introductions, the handsome young man, Arthur, glanced at me and the barely tolerable girl, Maurice. Well, let's start the meeting. Normally, the highest-ranking person would lead, but he began. Beside him, the girl with light green hair, Sarah, seemed to pressure us with an air of I won't allow anyone to take the leadership from Arthur. I'm not good at leading, so please, go ahead. Me neither. Since I'm not good at taking leadership, I'll let them handle it if they can. Arthur seems serious, so he won't ask for anything unreasonable. Maurice, on the other hand, is purely lazy, and as a result, Sarah looked satisfied, sniffling triumphantly. Now, about the positioning of the escorts, is a regular octahedron okay? Considering the number of people, that seems best. Bernard, lighting a cigarette, agreed. A regular octahedron means placing the escorts around the ship, both in front, behind, and on all sides. Now, who should be positioned where? Having a ship with wide-range detection above and below is standard. My ship's detection range is 2 billion kilometers, so can I take care of that? Sarah volunteered in response to Arthur's question. My ship has a similarly wide range, I chimed in, but she glared at me intensely. In that case, can you two handle above and below? I'm counting on you, Sarah. Yes, leave it to me. Her expression melted instantly when Arthur addressed her. My ship is sturdy but slow, so should I take the front? My ship lacks in firepower and speed, allowing no one to catch up. I'll be waiting at the back. With front and back positions decided smoothly, Arthur turned to me. So, you and I will take the sides. I'll be making decisions on site. I need reliable communication. With that, surprisingly, the meeting ended without any major disputes, but that somehow made me feel uneasy. Chapter 28. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to working with you for the next 2 days. After the meeting exclusive to mercenaries, there's a meeting with the client. A guild staff member is always present at this meeting. Moreover, unless specifically requested by the client, only the leader of the escort usually attends. This system was put in place as a precaution against mercenaries threatening clients for unfair rewards in the past. The face-to-face meetings involve only the leader, with a guild staff member present. The meeting exclusive to mercenaries is designed to make reporting easier. However, this time, the client requested the participation of everyone. It's a bit of a hassle, but it's better to do it. So, we headed to the meeting room where the client was waiting for the meeting. In that room, there was a staff member and a career woman who looked sharp in a suit. As soon as she saw us, she stood up quickly. Nice to meet you. I'm Roan Nostru from the Nemus Trading Company's sales department. Originally, the head of the department was supposed to come, but due to the sudden unavailability of a high-ranking participant who had been scheduled to attend a previous meeting, the head of the department, who wasn't planning to attend, was hastily called in as a substitute. So, I, as the deputy head, was drafted as a replacement. She apologized with a hint of regret. Nostru-san, in her mid-20s, had a lively and beautiful appearance with short hair and a neat style. Nice to meet you. I'll be the leader for the escort this time. Arthur lingered. As expected of Arthur, he extended his handshake with a refreshing smile. After exchanging handshakes, the five of us introduced ourselves, and the meeting began promptly. However, since our policy was decided in the previous discussion, the main participants in the conversation were the staff, Nostru-san, and Arthur. We would silently observe. One of the participants, Sarah, who everyone thought would glare at the client, Nostru-san, with a killing intent, surprisingly had a serious expression and was attentively listening to the conversation between the client and Arthur. By the way, the request for this time. The client wants transporting a new product to be exhibited at the new product presentation event on the planet Gallife. Job details: escorting a large transport ship from the Nemus Trading Company. Job duration: approximately 48 hours from departure from planet Its to delivery on planet Gallife. Work environment: refueling of the spaceship. Gate usage fees are covered by the client. Job conditions: must own a spaceship. Repair costs for spaceship damage are the responsibility of the contractor. Reward: 1.3 million credits per person. Payment upon arrival. In case of combat, hazard pay will be paid for each occurrence. And so, the meeting smoothly progressed. All right, everyone, let's work together for the next 2 days. With that, all the meetings for today concluded. By the way, after leaving the meeting room, Morais-san said to Sarah-san, I thought, given your personality, you'd probably give that client a killer look while grinding your teeth. But you held it in well. She dropped a bomb with a laugh, but Sarah calmly replied, perhaps you were worried that she might get too close to Sir Arthur, feel jealous of the client, and intimidate her, neglecting our job. However, in private or among mercenaries, if the client tries to seduce him, that's a different story. But during work, indulging in romance, glaring, or intimidating while Sir Arthur is talking could tarnish his reputation. Don't you think? She responded calmly, considering the situation, but she did give a pretty intense glare when she announced herself at the exploration distance. Well, it's probably better not to dwell on that. Anyway, since the meeting with the client was over, I decided to head straight to the Patterson dispensary in the black market. The purpose is self-evident. And for some reason, I could see Levin Kun, the black market guy, heading towards the black market as well. Well, it's not surprising that he, a clear Chunubu patient, comes to the black market. In fact, he blends in too well. Anyway, no matter when you come here, it's shady. Even the benches for resting are suspicious. Oh, that butcher still has the banner for born from boiling oil sludge, the bitter dark golden. Equals spicy curry croquettes with squid ink infused coating. I tried them the other day. They are spicy but surprisingly delicious, so it must have become a popular item. Past that butcher, in front of a store, a group of women suffering from the same Chunubu as Levin Kun gathered. It seems like a confectionery store is setting up a stall in front of the shop. And on the signboard, it was written, Harbinger of Rainbow Intestines, housing the life of trees from the blessing of the ocean. This is another incomprehensible mess. Oh well, it's a taiyaki with fruit-flavored bean paste and fruit sauce. There was an illustration, so it was easy to understand. Despite the strange combination, and what a fancy illustration it was, it's the complete opposite of the setting in the black market shopping district. But I guess it's okay. Anyway, the taiyaki had 7 types of bean paste: strawberry, banana, orange, grape, peach, melon, and mango. Additionally, there were classic flavors like black bean, white bean, matcha, chocolate, custard, and caramel cream. I was intrigued, but I couldn't join the group of girls to make a purchase, so I decided to ignore it for now. There was also a bookstore with a sign that said forbidden books in stock. A hardware store had a sign that read Magic Swords and Cursed Blades half-price sale. And a clothing store had a sign that said Twilight Cloth, in stock. Ignoring these, I arrived at the Patterson dispensary. For some reason, There was also Levin, who I affectionately called Chayunabi-ukan. He didn't seem surprised and asked, "Are you here for information too?" Apparently, it seems he's also a friend of the informant. I simply replied, "Sort of," and opened the door to enter the store. Welcome. An unexpected combination. From Gonzalez's tone, I could tell that Levin was a regular here. Levin placed cash on the counter and straightforwardly requested, "I want information on both Neuma Trading Company and that ex-cop, Bernard Zag." He demanded information straight away. "Got it." "And you?" "I'm in for the same job, I guess." "Understood." "It'll take about an hour." "Feel free to wander around." Gonzalez collected the cash, then brought his hair tied at the neck forward, exposing the back of his neck. He opened a connector at the nape and took out a cord connected to a PC. "Got it. I'll go do some gun maintenance." Levin said that and went outside. Was he a regular customer before? After Levin disappeared, I asked while handing over the cash. "Not until recently. He heard about us from the candy shop owner. They're selling fruit taiyaki now." I think he'd suit being a butcher better. It seems Levin has quite the sweet tooth. Perhaps he went to buy that fruit taiyaki while doing gun maintenance. Now, it's time for my usual reading. By the way, Gonzalez is always reading newspapers, but I know he keeps light novels and manga under the PC behind the counter that isn't glass. When I hear the sound of the door opening, I know he switches to the newspaper, but it's better not to say anything. I'm currently hooked on an old light novel called Reading Island Saga. Exactly 1 hour later, my informant friend gathered the information as promised. By the way, it seems Levin bought fruit taiyaki while mingling with that group of women. Neuma Trading Company doesn't seem to have anything particularly noteworthy. They're a legitimate electronics manufacturer, dealing in everything from household appliances to audio equipment. This time, the request is undoubtedly to transport a new product they'll be showcasing at the Galife Planet's new product launch event. I think they explained the details when they made the request. Gonzalez unplugged the cord and gulped down some mineral water. Levin blushed slightly at his action. Next is Bernard Zag. He used to be a police officer, but according to official records, he was dismissed from the force. It seems he was blamed for some major blunder his career brought about. Career, meaning his nobility. Some colleagues, juniors, some superiors, and those who had benefited from his career tried to argue that the accusations were groundless, but it seems they weren't listened to. That career is quite disliked within the police force. Obviously. Then the grudge is directed there. If that's the case, there shouldn't be any attacks coming our way. So it should be fine. At any rate, it's reassuring to know it's a safe request. Now all we have to do is to do the job right. The only thing that bothered me a little was that Levin's gaze kept drifting towards our informant friend. Chapter 29, This is troublesome. The success of our company's new product launch is at stake. We can't be late. On the day the request started, surprisingly, everyone managed not to be late and gathered at the guild's docking area, which was the departure point. "Nice to meet you. I'm the head, Ruggers Bundleban. This new product presentation is crucial for our company. Please make it both swift and safe." With a naturally stern face, Ruggers Bundleban, the head of the Neuma Trading Company's sales department, greeted us. Behind him, employees were loading goods and supplies onto the medium-sized transport ship, the Lanoitan. Apparently, this transport ship belongs to their company, and the crew operating it are also employees. Our job is to safely deliver this medium-sized transport ship to the planet Galife. The current time is 6:55 a.m. and the departure time is 7 a.m. We'll spend 24 hours traveling to the gate leading to the planet Galife. Expected arrival, 7 a.m. the next day. During the night hours, from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next morning, we'll switch to autopilot and have 4 hours of rotating rest in shifts of 3 people. After passing through the gate, it's a 14-hour journey to the planet Galife. Expected arrival, 9 p.m. on the same day. Assuming no issues, we should arrive and complete the job in 38 hours. With the loading complete, we were ready to depart. The departure was remarkably smooth. No mechanical troubles. A bit fed up with Bernard, the old man and former cop, and his nonsense stories, Morai's teasing making Sarah blush a deep red. No fools causing trouble. It was a peaceful time. However, around 8 hours into the journey, the radar picked up a signal. After checking, I reported to Arthur. "Hey, can I talk to you for a moment?" "What's up?" "Between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock, approximately 1.6 billion kilometers away, I've detected an unidentified fleet, probably pirates." "Confirmed here too. If we continue on this course, there's a possibility of contact. Would you like to change the course or temporarily stop and pass by?" Sarah-san seemed to have spotted an unidentified fleet, and she reported it to Arthur Kun. "I have no objections. Less trouble is better. I'll leave the decision to you." The remaining three also agreed with Sarah-san's opinion. It would be optimal to prioritize safety and swiftly change course to avoid potential contact. "Understood." "Let's get permission from the client. Mr. Bundleban, is it okay for a moment?" "What is it?" "In fact, I've spotted a fleet that seems to be pirates. They haven't noticed us yet, but if we continue like this, there's a possibility of contact. So, I'm thinking of changing the course or slowing down to pass by. What do you think?" "That's a problem. The success of our company is at stake in this new product presentation. We can't afford any delays." Arthur Kun proposed the discovery of pirates and suggested a way to avoid them, but the manager sternly rejected Arthur Kun's proposal. Perhaps his intimidating appearance added to the impact. "However, if we make contact with pirates, it will lead to a battle, taking even more time, and depending on the situation, there might be danger for you and your employees." But Arthur Kun, undeterred by the intimidation, presented the drawbacks of not implementing his proposal. Indeed, combat would take time and put the client's safety at risk. "Manager, for the sake of safety, let's follow the instructions of the professional." Employees, including Mr. Nostu, tried to persuade the manager from behind. But he insisted, "No, we must arrive at the venue as soon as possible." It was unclear why the manager was so desperate, but it was becoming quite troublesome. "Well, there's no helping it. Sarah, continue monitoring the pirates. Yuzos, keep checking the surroundings." As Arthur Kun reluctantly prepared to follow that instruction, a beep sound came from the communication of the Lanoitan. The manager disappeared from the screen. "I apologize. May I ask for the method to change the course?" In his place, Nosta-san appeared and, with a beautiful smile, accepted Arthur Kun's proposal. "Wait, did I just see an electromagnetic pattern behind her back?" Furthermore, we encountered a powerful military ship that I had previously seen on the Milk River online shopping site. "Well, I guess it's understandable since our lives are at stake, but they didn't hold back, did they?" Surprisingly intimidating, that Nostu. And as we continued on the suggested course change, I received a communication from Miss Sarah. "Can we talk for a moment?" "Sure." "What's up?" Thinking something was found, I hurriedly checked the radar, but nothing seemed different. Then, unexpectedly, Miss Sarah said something surprising. "First of all, I apologize for staring at you the other day. I didn't think your ship could really explore scan 2 billion kilometers." She apologized sincerely. "Oh, that time, I wasn't really bothered by it." I hadn't paid it much mind, but it seemed she was bothered by it. Previously, someone claimed they could explore scan 2 billion kilometers, but in reality, they could only manage 500 million kilometers. Because of that person, a lot of unfortunate things happened. "Ah. So her stare that time was one of suspicion. You know the type. They talk big without being able to deliver and end up causing trouble. You'll need to learn to see through that kind of thing. Stop chasing after your boyfriend's butt all the time." What are you talking about?" When Morais chimed in like that, Sarah turned bright red and reacted. "She's totally being toyed with, but I'm grateful for the change in atmosphere." Then, 3 hours later, fortunately, a fleet of unidentified ships, likely pirates, changed course to the opposite direction of ours and disappeared. If they are pirates, it means they found another target nearby. So we shouldn't be too happy. And then, 4 more hours passed, and it was time for the night shift snap. The first nap was for Arthur, Sarah, and Old Man Bernard, since Sarah and I, both with powerful radars, couldn't rest at the same time, and in order to grant Sarah's wish, It was inevitable that it would turn out this way. It seemed like it was time for the shift workers on the Lanoiden to take their rest, as someone who seemed to be on duty casually greeted us. Actually, the most grueling part of escort duty is the time when nothing happens. It's better if nothing does happen, but it gets boring and sleepy if there's nothing to do. And if you have powerful detection equipment like me and Sarah, you can't afford to sleep, as you can't miss any radar changes. In times like these, it's nice to have someone who talks unnecessarily, but the most talkative person, Morais, was fast asleep. I could hear her snoring loud and clear, so there was no mistake. Just as I was about to connect her line and blast a loud warning sound, I heard a message. "Hey, mind if I ask you something?" Levin came over to talk to me. It seemed like he had nothing to talk to me about, so I wondered what it could be. "You and the informant, Patterson, have known each other for a long time?" The topic he brought up was about our informant friend. "Been a friend since high school." Hearing that, Levin seemed slightly surprised. "In that case, do you know what she likes? Whether it's food or accessories, anything's fine," he asked with enthusiasm. "What's this? Could it be? Is Levin in love with Gonzalez?" Come to think of it, there was something like that. Thinking about it, Gonzalez probably hasn't revealed his true identity. Well, he probably won't answer unless asked. That's just his personality. In that case, should I tell him the truth sooner rather than later? Or should I make him lose his love without him knowing the truth, and help him move on? Back in high school, that person liked anime and light novels, and I think Patterson still does, but I didn't have the courage to reveal either option, so I dodged the question. By the way, Gonzalez is also one of my otaku friends, so it's true that he likes anime and light novels. I see. Levin gave me a dubious look. Well, it's hard to imagine from Gonzalez's current career woman-like appearance. Then he probably searched for some, definitely those kinds of sites until it was time for the shift change. Oh, and I made sure to mention that Morais had been sleeping the whole time. I told Sarah that Morais herself had said, "When waking me up, please use a loud warning sound. Otherwise, I won't wake up. I'm counting on you." She needs to receive the punishment for slacking off. Chapter 30 is that our rival company, Speed Up, we need to arrive at the planet Gallife faster than them. After responding to Levin's consultation, I took the chance to get a solid 4-hour nap, rotating with Arthur and the others. When it hit 6 a.m., Morais, who had slept soundly for the past 8 hours, was rudely awakened by Sarah's loud warning signal. She complained but became quiet when reminded that she had slept during her assigned time. After that, at 6:50 a.m., the effects of the stun from the stun gun finally wore off on the director, who had been knocked out. We arrived at the gate leading to the planet Gallife. By the way, this gate is located at a close distance of 150 million kilometers from the main sequence star, the Sun. It had an atmosphere like a giant sunflower opening towards the Sun. The director was delighted to arrive earlier than planned and eagerly said, "All right, let's pass through the gate right away." With enthusiasm to move the ship, however, the gate management side intervened with "I apologize. We are currently conducting checks. Please wait for about 10 minutes. For the director, that was an unacceptable statement. He erupted in a tantrum, shouting, "Why bother with such checks? Let us through quickly. We're in a hurry. Our company's fate is on the line." In that moment, just like yesterday, Nostru-san stood behind the director, but before she could intervene, the female communication officer from the gate management colony said, "If an accident occurs, it will be entirely your responsibility, right? Since we've recorded the conversation and noted the ship's name and the responsible person's name, there's no way to escape, okay?" At that, the director stammered, "Well, that's a bit," the communication officer continued. "Then please wait for about 10 minutes, and just like that, she easily silenced the director. That communication officer was truly impressive. And since there was a break time, Arthur Kun, representing us, asked the female communicator about the current situation on the other side. How is it on the other side of the gate? Traffic, accidents, celestial phenomena, anything like that?" The female communicator momentarily had the expression of a hunter who spotted prey, but the next moment, she wore a troubled expression mixed with a smile. Well, it seems that pirate attacks have increased, probably because of the home appliance manufacturer's new product presentation. But still, it's quite frequent, despite the military and police being desperate to subdue them. That's strange. Indeed, it's a bizarre story. The increase in pirate attacks is a result of the increase in cargo transport due to the military and police being eager to hunt pirates. However, despite that, there should be some underlying cause for the rise in pirate attacks, especially with the new home appliance product presentation on planet Garlife. As I pondered over this, 10 minutes passed. All right, it's been 10 minutes. Let us pass through the gate quickly. Once again, the manager started making a commotion. Come on, there's a proper order, you know. Moreover, the gate is large enough to accommodate about 10 ships simultaneously, so there's no need to rush. It's about time he learns. Look, Nosta-san is smiling behind him. Anyway, we safely passed through the gate and set off again towards planet Garlife. Given the smooth journey so far, an indescribable anxiety crept in. Even so, 5 hours passed without any issues after passing through the gate. Just as it was time for lunch, and I was about to finish my meal with portable cheese and Starbucks beverage coffee, the radar detected something. Ship shadows spotted at 7 o'clock. There are 2. Maybe? I've confirmed it too. 2 at 7 o'clock. Ship codes are from Sunshine Tree Electronics. It seemed Sarah-san also noticed, and she quickly checked the ship codes. It seems like they're heading to the same place for the same reason. Isn't that the rival company? Speed up. We need to get to the planet Garlife faster than those guys. And right away, the manager reacted and started making demands. And unlucky for us, it seems like Ms. Nosta isn't on the bridge. And then, to make matters worse, he pushed aside the helmsman, grabbed the wheel, and opened the throttle. Whoa, what the hell? Because of that, Morais in the lead suddenly increased speed on the Ranoitan, startling us, and hurriedly turned the wheel to avoid a collision. Of course, including me. The other 5 of us took similar evasive actions. What the hell is this shitty manager doing? On the Ranoitan, the helmsman's employee knocked down the manager, immediately regained control of the wheel, and avoided the collision with us. Fortunately, we had kept a safe distance for safety, so there was no collision with anyone. Then, in the next moment, a beam pierced through the space between the Ranoitan and our ship. If everyone hadn't taken evasive action, it might have hit directly. The direction the beam came from was behind. In other words, the one who fired it must have been from the Sunshine Tree Electronics ship. Even if it's for the sake of winning at the new product presentation, to go this far, what the hell are those big shots at the company thinking? While pondering such things, as we were turning to face the Sunshine Tree Electronics ship, Arthur's voice echoed. Ranoitan continue leaving this airspace. As is. Sarah, report to the military and police while following the rest. Turn around and counterattack. An excellent instant decision, with precise instructions for everyone. I can't imitate that. Understood. Good luck, Arthur. Ranoitan roger. Full speed ahead. Following those instructions, the Ranoitan and Miss Sarah rapidly left the airspace. Now, it's time for another job, but man, it's complicated how we were saved thanks to that manager's selfishness. Section side. Sunshine Tree Electronics. The bridge of the ship. You bastard. A handsome man, dressed sharply in a business suit, punched another man dressed in rugged attire, giving off a contrasting rough appearance. I told you not to shoot until I gave the signal, didn't I? The handsome man grabbed the collar of the man he had punched and struck him again. There were crew members on the bridge, but none of them attempted to intervene. Well, they suddenly accelerated, so I thought they were trying to escape. The man who was punched weakly tried to retort, blood streaming from his nose, but the handsome man paid him no heed. Because of you, we had to abandon the plan. He punched the man again. I'm sorry, but I thought letting them escape would be bad, so I shot. I didn't think they would dodge. Despite the man's excuses, it seemed the handsome man had reached his limit. You didn't think, huh? Oh, did you shoot on purpose? Did you intentionally shoot to ruin my brilliant and perfect plan? That's not true. You're some kind of spy, aren't you? Otherwise, why would you interfere with my brilliant and perfect plan? The handsome man, satisfied with his deduction, smiled as he took a heat ray gun from his pocket and pulled the trigger. Dispose of him. Without a second glance at the motionless man, the handsome man glared at the prey displayed on the front screen. Damn it. This is the last one because of that spy. All right, you guys. It's our final prey. Don't let them escape. Ooh. Chapter 31, I'll lure your own ship away. During that time, disable the other ship's navigation. No sinking. We need to capture them. Both ships are undoubtedly from Sunshine Tree Electronics, but each one is clearly armed with numerous weapons. They've even deployed drones. There's no way these are legitimate transport ships. That company should be a decent one with no bad rumors, but who knows what they're up to behind the scenes. Well, if that's the case, they wouldn't boldly display the company logo or reveal the ship's code. Maybe it's a plot by a rival company or something. While pondering that, instructions came from Martha. I'll attract one ship's attention. Disable the other ship during that time. No sinking. We need to capture them. Everyone understood his instructions, and Levin immediately said, then I'll back him up. I'll make sure they shut up. Levin swiftly headed towards the ship Arthur was targeting. Now, us old folks need to put in some work too. I'm still in my 30s. Still older than those two, Morais retorted to Bernard's words while baring her teeth, and she and I headed towards the other ship. Naturally, the drones came to intercept. I'll handle those. Leave the big ones to me. While deploying a barrier, Morais headed towards the swarm of drones. In that case, we'll take care of the big ones. Counting on you, young one. Understood. Entering to provide support. And so, with Bernard and me, we headed towards the other ship. Section side. Sunshine Tree Electronics. Heavy damage to the left side's fourth turret. First and third thruster ports are compromised. Damn it, the barrier generator has gone haywire. Sitting in the captain's seat on the bridge, I, the mighty captain, kept receiving reports of this ship, capable of earning a fortune continuously, taking more and more damage. What the hell are the drones doing? Weren't they deployed? Already 2/3 of them have been shot down. Someone must have a fucking plan. Spit it out. Shit. The plan to hijack and modify Sunshine Tree Electronics ship, making it look like a civilian vessel, attacking and seizing ships from companies other than Sunshine Tree Electronics, selling the goods to other nations, and selling the crew within the Empire has been a huge fucking success. Armed with that fact, I confront Sunshine Tree Electronics, demanding a contract that requires them to pay me 30% of their monthly sales. Considering the success of my activities and the increase in sales due to the shortage of other companies' products, I make it clear that if they don't agree to the contract, I'll publicly announce that my actions were done under the employment of Sunshine Tree Electronics. This is my fucking perfect plan to create a golden tree. All because of the incompetents that decided to open fire without proper judgment. How the fuck did it crumble so easily? Cargo hold here. The hatch for unloading is damaged and won't open. And my other subordinates. Just fucking use the beam to break the door. Understood. All right, everyone, move aside. Nothing but useless idiots who can't come up with such simple solutions. Who is it? Whose fucking conspiracy is this? The biggest fucking Kaida's pirate crew was annihilated by the military. The most vicious Grim Leap pirate crew was crushed by the military, mercenaries, and racers. So, the next pirate crew to rise to the top will be mine, the Bandiglow pirate crew, led by me. Stolver Bandiglow, whose fucking conspiracy disrupted the perfect plan to gain that fucking wealth. At that moment, a slight vibration occurred, door breached. Pilots can exit. And the report came, all right. Drop the dragonflies. There are only 5 opponents. We have nearly 20. There's no fucking way we can't take them down. All right, take down those bastards stuck to us. Just as I was about to give the order, a tremendous roar and vibration hit my fucking ship. Cargo hole hit. Oxygen leak confirmed. Closing bulkheads. Why the fuck is this happening? Why is my fucking ship on the brink of being taken down by just 2 small ships? This is fucking bullshit. Hey, What about ship number 2? Why the fuck aren't they providing support here? I give instructions to ship number 2, but what came back was, here, number 2 ship. We're stuck here too. Can't move a muscle. It was a response that depicted incompetence perfectly. Damn it. This is all because that guy shot without permission earlier. Everything's gone to hell because that bastard took a shot on his own. Shouldn't have killed him so easily. Should have tortured him more, found out who put him up to it, and then, a report came in that further irritated me. New ships spotted. Military ships 5, 6, 7, 8. Total of 12. Fucking hell. Why the hell is the military showing up? Sunshine Tree Electronics guys should just keep their mouths shut if they get caught, shouldn't they? Why isn't everything going as I thought it would? To all units currently in combat, cease combat immediately. Repeat, cease combat immediately. It was only with the irritating orders from the damn military that the attacks on my ship finally stopped. Now fly at full speed. No need to be stupidly honest and stop using the number 2 ship as bait. I'll escape at least, but my ship, it didn't budge an inch from there. Section. Just as the military showed up when both Sunshine Tree Electronics ships were disabled, they began to surround those two. Arthur, are you alright? Sarah, who had brought the military with her, switched off work mode and called out to Arthur, almost as if she would shower him with kisses if she could. With Arthur's skills, he should be able to survive just fine, but since you never know what'll happen on the battlefield, her worry is only natural. It would be nice if she and the other 4 of us were worried too, but it's only natural. There's a difference in treatment between lovers. By the way, the transport ship Ranoiden seems to be waiting with the military ship a little further away. The touching reunion? Over. And just as we were about to resume our requests, a communication came in from the military ship. Well done indeed, disabling 2 modified combat ships with just 5 ships. On the screen appeared a famous figure, Captain Priscilla Hylia with black hair, purple eyes, and fair skin. Why is the propaganda princess of the Royal Guard here? As all 6 of us looked bewildered. The one in command, is you, right? Mr. Arthur lingered. Captain Hylia casually addressed Arthur. It's impressive. She didn't hesitate to address Arthur, even with Mr. Bernard or Knight-class Morais here. Aiming for the next rising star, huh? Well, maybe she heard from Miss Sarah. Yes. Since everyone entrusted me with command, I took the liberty of assuming it, Arthur replied politely, though modestly. That's reassuring. When talented individuals like you join the military, it's quite comforting, Captain Hylia said, gazing at Arthur with a slightly expectant expression. It's a calculated move, but she's likely executing the directive from the upper echelons to gather talented individuals in the military. Many who were caught by that charm ended up joining the military, and this time, is Arthur the target? His presence here is probably just a coincidence, but it seems that they are trying to get him to join the army anyway. Let's keep an eye on him just in case. Of course, there's someone who absolutely won't allow it. Captain Hylia, shouldn't you be directing the arrest of criminals? Oh, yes, I've already given instructions, so there's no issue. Yes, it's Miss Sarah. Sarah, clearly rude, cut off their conversation. I see. Well then, we still have work to do. So if you'll excuse us. Arthur, let's get back to our task. Everyone, let's go. She issued instructions to bring Arthur closer to her. Then, she immediately increased the speed and headed towards the rendezvous point of the Lanoitan. By the way, Roma said Captain Hylia seemed a bit stunned by Sarah's forcefulness for a moment. I wonder if those two were lovers. But I want that Arthur. In terms of talent, she murmured with a seductive smile. Just a rumor, though. Chapter 32. Oh? Could it be Soyuz Oz? After receiving the reward on the distant planet, Galife, we disbanded and each went our separate ways. Why not take round-trip jobs? The reason is simple. The client only requested a one-way trip. There are round-trip requests, but waiting fees accrue until the return journey begins. If the waiting period is long, it can lead to significant expenses. So usually, it's just a one-way trip. After disbanding, Levin took on pirate extermination. Old man Bernard took a vacation. Morais took on another escort request. Arthur and Miss Sarah were invited to the military reception as the key contributors to resolving this incident. As for me, luckily, there was a gate to the planet Yitz nearby, so I decided to return immediately. By the way, invitations to the reception seem to have been sent to everyone except me and Old Man Bernard. Well, even if I had received one, I would have declined, so it's not a problem. By the way, it seems that the head of the department was demoted to a regular employee due to unauthorized manipulation of the ship's helm and repeated judgments that put the lives of employees at risk. In any other situation, steering the ship without a license is undoubtedly an arrestable offense. However, due to the fortunate circumstance of a life being saved, they managed to avoid arrest by claiming it was an emergency situation. Despite being a bit temperamental, the person wasn't someone who would steal the achievements of subordinates or blame them for their own mistakes. Furthermore, it seems that admitting one's own fault played a role in the consideration of the circumstances. Unlike the journey here, where there was need for an escort and the distance between gates usable due to directional issues, I leisurely returned to the home planet Yitz at a detour-like pace. Instead of the usual counter at the Mercenary Guild, I encountered Old Man Rones in the lobby of the foreign reception right near the entrance. Although he was in a suit rather than the usual uniform, he seemed somehow cheerful. Rare to see you in a place like this. Going somewhere. Taking a break. Going to meet my wife and daughter after a long time. Old Man Rones adjusted his tie happily. Well, I might take a break for a while too. I've asked for you to handle the handover. It's tough for a girl. She's likely to go through a lot. It's a guy, so it's fine. Previously, when Old Man Rones took a break, I had dealt with a female staff member with blue eyes and green hair in a side ponytail. Of course, I treated her with respect, being mindful of my manners and attire. It was the kind of demeanor and attitude one would use when interacting with female store clerks in the city. By the way, the first female staff member I spoke to when I became a mercenary, excuse me, I'm overwhelmed with tasks. Please go to another window. I was treated with a grumpy attitude once. Fortunately, the woman at that time was not like that. She introduced the job without any issues and helped with the procedures. However, one of the mercenaries who witnessed this said, "Hey, asshole, can't you see she's uncomfortable? Get lost." He pointed his laser gun at me, and the receptionist protested against him, but he didn't listen. "It's okay. Let's quickly get rid of this ugly guy," he said, appealing to the receptionist while being drunk on his own words. It pissed me off, and although I could have fought back, getting shot with a laser gun would be seriously dangerous and troublesome. So, I quickly escaped. From behind, his companions laughed foolishly at me. Later, I found out that he was a stupid noble, now part of the Queen's class, flaunting his influence in the capital. There might be successors like him now, and there's even that Hirakan. Anyway, I don't want anything to do with that kind of person again, and I don't want to cause trouble for the decent receptionists. By the way, I received the reward on Planet Galai from a male staff member. Well, I'll take a break. I originally planned to take a vacation, so I decide to extend it until the old man comes back. At that moment, Old Man Rones brings up some gossip. "I heard you refused the reception." "Well, yeah, it's a hassle. Actually, it's different. But denying it is too much of a bother. From the military's perspective, saying that I was invited but refused is better for appearances than not inviting me in the first place." As time passes, Old Man Rones leaves the guild to meet his family, boarding an aircraft within the planet's atmosphere. I decide to go home and get some sleep. It's a sure thing to go home and sleep, but my stomach is growling. Usually, I buy ingredients at a nearby supermarket, but today, my feet unconsciously led me to the downtown area. This place is lined with restaurants, and the buildings, floating signs, and advertising droids are adorned with neon signs. Various scenes of kitchens and people eating are projected in 3D. Some display the origin of the restaurant, show the cooking process, and invite with phrases like "how about this?" Even in shops on huge floating boards, they use tractor beams to attract customers. Because of this setup, there are, of course, many places that serve alcohol. However, as long as I don't enter those places, or even if I do, as long as I don't drink alcohol, it's fine. So, I looked for a place that seemed to have something delicious, and I found a restaurant with appetizing pasta. I decided to have my meal there, and as I headed towards the station, seemingly on my way home, I was suddenly approached. "Oh, isn't it Soyuz-os?" Clearly, they called out my name, so I turned my face towards the voice, and there stood Fiolka Tyrused, also known as the female panther, and her android maid, Sherry. Sherry wore a maid outfit, but Fiolka was not in her usual pilot suit. Instead, she wore a blouse, flared skirt, and pumps, a coordination befitting a young lady on holiday. Perhaps they were on their way back from shopping, as both of them carried bags with logos from some clothing store. Strictly speaking, they were probably both Fiolkas, though. "Hello. Is there something you need?" I didn't understand why they were talking to me, but they must have something. "No, we just happened to see you and wanted to say hello." "Look, you should say hello too, my lady." "Ugh, coincidence, huh?" "Are you on your way back from work?" Prompted by Sherry, Fiolka also spoke up. "Yes, just returned from an escort mission." "And you, shopping?" "Yes, my lady received an invitation to a new collection launch and sale from a famous brand, and she found something she liked, so she bought it." Sherry raised the bag she was holding. I didn't know what brand it was, but it would surely look great on Fiolka. "Well, now that we've exchanged pleasantries, I was thinking of leaving soon when, right? I can't accompany you, but would you like to have a meal together?" Sherry made an outrageous proposal. "Hey, Sherry, what are you saying?" Fiolka also panicked and questioned Sherry. Even just talking to Fiolka was dangerous for me, let alone having a meal together. If the troublesome guys found out we were having a meal together, who knows what kind of harassment I'd face. "I'm sorry, I've already had a meal just now." "So?" I reflexively confessed to having eaten already. "I see. You mentioned you were returning from work, so I shouldn't impose." And while Sherry looked a bit disappointed, "Then, I'll take my leave." I politely bowed and left the place. It was really a relief that I had already eaten. Sighed Fiolka Tyrused. As I watched him leave in a hurry, I heaved a sigh of relief and glared at Sherry. "What do you think you're doing, Sherry? You said you would apologize when you met next, didn't you? You can't do that without being mentally prepared." Sherry has always been the type to butt in at times like these. Sure, she means well, but that's just her flaw. Thankfully, he was clueless about brands, which worked in my favor. You see, the store that gave us the invitation to the new product launch and sale was a specialty shop for women's underwear. As our limousine arrived and the staff loaded the trunk with the merchandise, "Hopefully, someday you can show that to someone. The sky blue set, the white thong, the black lace set with garter belt and stockings." "Huh?" Sherry whispered, catching me off guard. Chuckling to herself, Sherry got into the limo, "But I'll have to punish her when we get back." Even though Sherry is an android of the exoskeleton type, she always refuses to take off her maid outfit for some reason. This might be the perfect opportunity to teach her a lesson. The next day, after finishing cleaning my room, I decided to head over to Anime Member. The anime shop, a place I hadn't been to in a while, always feels like home. This building houses everything from anime to manga, games, doujinshi, trading cards, and hobbies. Most otakus living on the planet Yitz usually end up here. The staff sometimes dress up in cosplay of anime characters or even modify their appearance to look like anime characters. And unlike some of the receptionists at the Mercenary Guild, they don't change their attitude based on the customer. Well, there are female staff and customers who get excited when they see male customers come in pairs. "Oh, the new volume of my favorite manga is out. It's the comic adaptation of that light novel. I should buy it." As I'm enjoying myself at Anime Member, I'm suddenly approached. "Long time no see, Mr. Yuzos. It's my friend from high school, Cruz Annoyed." "Oh, Mr. Annoyed." "Same as ever." Whether it's two-dimensional or three-dimensional, beautiful girls are precious. I'm just pursuing that preciousness. Cruz Annoyed, my friend with reinforced exoskeletons covering his face and arms up to the elbows, is friends with me and Gonzalez. By the way, we went to different schools. We met at a doujinshi convention on planet Yitz. He suffered severe burns on his face and arms in the fire accident just before entering junior high school. And although he underwent clone regeneration therapy, his cells inexplicably did not regenerate. At one point, he even considered becoming a full-body cyborg like Gonzalez, but he decided to cooperate in research on treatment for those suffering from similar cases. Now, thanks to significant advances in research, his arms have mostly returned to normal, and his face is about 60% restored. By the way, he has a pretty cool voice, so his hobby of doing game commentary seems to be quite popular. When he found out that I was a mercenary, his first words were, "Have you met any cute girl mercenaries? I prefer lolis if possible." Even though he works for the government. By the way, it seems that many people with similar hobbies work for the government. Because they have scheduled holidays and no overtime, it's easy for them to attend events. It had been a while, so we went to a fast food joint and enjoyed catching up on Otaku talk. We both wished we could stay up all night, but we both had plans in the afternoon, so we called it quits around midday. Chapter 33. Since Old Man Rones is on vacation, I decided to take a break too. And, since it's a good opportunity, I thought of overhauling my ship. After finishing lunch with crews, I headed to the industrial district, where the factory town is located. Here, various sized factories line up, dealing with everything from home appliances to weapons, instruments, machinery, vehicles, ships, aircraft, androids, and more. The place I'm heading to is the origin of my ship, the Patchwork. I originally bought a used one from that shop, and then, by replacing and piecing together various parts, I built it up. The factory is known as the Dog Maintenance Factory, specializing in repairing various things. They not only handle requested repairs but also fix and sell discarded or acquired items. I have my home appliances and ship's weapons here. Hey, old man. Long time no see. Hey, looks like you managed to survive without kicking the bucket. Upon entering the factory, I was greeted by Bill Dog, the owner. Despite his seasoned appearance, he's small, muscular, with a bit of a belly, perhaps because of his bearded face. He's often called Dwarf by neighbors and mechanic colleagues. True to the nickname fitting for a skilled craftsman, Bill Dog, or Dwarf, is a highly skilled mechanic. Rumor has it that he received love calls from dozens of top companies' mechanic development departments. Respecting and feeling close to him, I affectionately call him Oyasan. I'm surviving somehow. So, what brings you here today? I'm thinking of getting an overhaul. Did you have some major damage? No, not really. Since Old Man Rones is on vacation, I decided to take a break too. And, while I'm at it, I thought of getting an overhaul. Well, I don't plan on taking any risky jobs for a while, considering how accepting work has become life-threatening. By the way, Oyasan knows Old Man Rones. It seems Old Man Rones helped him when he was still active. Got it. The doc is available, so bring it by tomorrow at 10 a.m. The documents are on the usual shelf, so fill them out. Understood. Thank you. During this whole conversation, Oyasan continued working on what seemed to be the engine of a vehicle. As I was filling out the paperwork for the overhaul request, by the way, are you not planning to install your own custom weapon or something? Oyasan suddenly asked. I've been asked this question by Lone's old man too. When you start earning a decent amount, it seems like people want to equip special, unique gear. Things like a high-powered beam that can only be fired after the ship comes to a complete stop. Missiles with drills to penetrate ship armor. A massive beam saber shaped like a ram at the front of the ship. There are even arm-type manipulators that can launch tractor beams from the tip. Apparently, Oyasan receives such requests at his place. But my answer is always the same. If it breaks or runs out of ammo, it can't be repaired or replenished immediately. Plus, it's expensive. Creating something special means limited availability of the person who can make it, and it often requires special materials. If it breaks or needs replenishing, it adds unnecessary complications and can be costly, depending on the materials. So, it's better to go for easily accessible, cost-effective mass-produced items. Of course, I can appreciate the romance of custom-made items, but I don't have the courage to risk my life for them. You're still the same. Nowadays, people are desperate to have something like that. Well, if I had to choose, maybe a radar. I upgraded that one. However, even a radar that can detect up to 2 billion kilometers was quite expensive, but it was a proper mass-produced product. Well, even if you make a custom item, you won't be able to use it if you can't handle even the commercially available mass-produced ones. Oyasin does take custom orders, but he apparently refuses orders from obvious newcomers or people who seem unreliable, even if they are nobles. It's probably because he's forgiven. But surprisingly, that old man might actually be of noble descent. The next day, after handing over the ship to Oyasin, I headed to the guild. I went there to search for the person old man Rones mentioned and to participate in shooting practice. Under the belief that mercenaries should at least be able to handle weapons to some extent, mercenaries are required to undergo shooting practice once a year. Usually, it's done at the end of the year, but it seemed like a good time to do it now. When I arrived at the reception, though, apart from a crowd gathering around the counter that old man Rones used, there was no sign of the person he mentioned, as if a new receptionist had taken over. After searching for a while with no luck, I decided to contact old man Rones. "Hello? Hey, what's up? It's rare for you to contact me." I could hear voices talking about a resort behind him. "The guy you mentioned isn't at the reception." "That can't be. His name is Alphonse Zeistol. He finished his training period and was supposed to replace me." "I've heard he's a diligent and reliable worker. What does he look like?" He's small with short blonde hair, thin lines in his aquamarine eyes." "Something like that? Have you never met him in person?" "When I applied for vacation, I asked the personnel if there was a male receptionist, and they said yes. So, there shouldn't be any mistake. If it were true, he should have met you in the lobby on the day you arrived. But there was an accident near the gate, which delayed their arrival. I had time before my flight, so I asked them to hand over the instructions." "Oh, if he's not at the reception, he might be organizing documents in the back, so you should ask the staff." "Got it, I'll try that." After hanging up, I happened to ask a male staff member who was walking by about Alphonse Zeistol. "Oh, if it's him, he's over there." The male staff member points in the direction where old man Rones used to sit. Now that I think about it, it's only natural that the seat is empty since old man Rones isn't here. However, that area is crowded with people, most likely there for the new receptionist everyone's been talking about, and upon closer inspection, there are women mixed in as well. Peeking through the crowd, I see a petite figure with slender lines, unmistakably blonde-haired and blue-eyed, but instead of short hair, she has long hair neatly tied up in a single ponytail. Judging from her appearance, she looks like a beautiful girl of about 16 to 17 years old. Since a high school diploma or equivalent is the minimum requirement for staff, she must be at least 18 to 19 years old, but she looks quite youthful if that's the case, and her voice, no matter how you listen to it, sounds like that of a beautiful girl. Considering that the male staff member earlier had no reason to lie, it's undeniable that she is male. In other words, the Alphonse Zeistol that old man Rones asked to take over is what's commonly known as a trap. Old man Rones, technically, he's a man, but he's just like a girl. All right, I'm definitely not getting closer. But I do need to apply through the reception if I want to undergo shooting training. Well, it's usually done around the end of the year, so I'll just do it as usual. For now, I should ask old man Rones when he plans to return. Just as I'm about to leave. "Excuse me, are you Mr. John Hughes?" Someone calls out to me. "Why yes, that's me. How can I help you?" There's no way around it as I turn around hesitantly. "Nice to meet you. I'm Alphonse Zeistol. I was assigned to reception duties as of yesterday." Alphonse Zeistol, who until just now was at the reception, wearing what looked like a suit and appearing to be a beautiful girl, steps out from behind the counter with a smile and speaks to me. Although everyone who had been crowding around the counter is now silently glaring at us. Why is he getting a personal greeting? I won't allow that ugly guy to approach my Alcun. No way. I won't accept someone like that as a coupling partner. I can distinctly hear various voices of resentment. And nice to meet you. So, what can I do for you? He probably knows what I look like from the documents, so he could identify me. But I don't understand why he's stopped me. I'll be taking over Mr. Antonio Roan's duties until his return from vacation. I look forward to working with you. His smile as he greets me looks nothing short of devilish, even though he probably doesn't intend it that way. Chapter 34. Sure. I'm a coward, so you win. So, what business brings you here today? Zystol asked, smiling, inquiring about my business. I thought I'd take care of the mandatory shooting training. Anyway, I should finish the business and get away from here. Otherwise, it could be a matter of life and death. Understood. I'll bring the documents. Upon hearing my request, he, with a smiling face, headed towards the entrance to the counter. Suddenly, a handsome man, who appeared out of nowhere near the entrance to the counter, grabbed him by the arm. Hey, you don't need to deal with that guy. Forget about work, let's go somewhere and have some fun together. He forcefully hit on Zystol. He gently shook off the hand and replied, I'm sorry, but you're disturbing our business. If you're not here for a request, please leave. Zystol, with eyes that looked at him as if he were trash, he glared at the guy hitting on him. The guy then said, What? I was thinking of being kind and making you mine. Even though I was being nice to you. He calmly responded, I don't need your kindness. Castle Sucathes, you have failed or abandoned requests 7 times in a row so far. Among them, there have been 0 cases where unexpected situations occurred or when it was judged as unavoidable. If you continue to fail or abandon quests, you'll be demoted from rook rank to soldier rank. Understand? He said clearly without hesitation. What the hell? I never heard about demotion. Don't mess with me. It's clearly stated in the guild regulations. Besides, it's common sense that if you keep failing at your job, your evaluation naturally decreases. If that's the case, you guys should provide relief or cover it up. I may look like this, but I'm a noble. By the way, if I report your current statement, demotion is guaranteed. Just so you know. It seems that the handsome guy, Sucathes, was hearing this for the first time, and confronts him. But, he calmly responds, annoyed by his attitude. Sucathes says, don't talk back, you amateur. In a thoughtless move, Sucathes raises fist to punch him. However, he skillfully dodges Sucathes' punch, grabs his arm, and performs a perfect shoulder throw, slamming him to the floor. Wasn't that called a counter throw? Then, while Sucathes groans on the floor, he quietly says, and, I've said it many times, but I am a man. He said quietly, it's true what they say, that it's frightening when a beautiful person gets angry. He then enters the counter, takes out documents from the desk, and hands them to me as he returns. Please fill in the necessary details here and submit it to me. After I process it, I'll return this document to you. Please leave it at the reception of the underground shooting range. With a pleasant smile, he returns to the counter and says, next, please. Resuming his duties with a smile. The underground shooting range at the Mercenary Guild Yates branch allows training for shooting and sniping up to a maximum distance of 100 meters. It can accommodate around 50 people for shooting training simultaneously, but the place is sparsely populated. Personally, I'm not good at shooting with bare hands, even though I'm okay with ship artillery. Not for any specific reason, but the gun I have is the most widely used and reasonably priced blaster. The Tatlemia Corporation's Output Adjustable Blaster P11, also known as Merbiera. First, before entering, submit the documents processed earlier at the shooting range reception. These documents are for the obligation of shooting training, and the training itself can be done at the reception of the shooting range. By the way, these documents are made of plastic paper and are filed and stored in the safe. In this era, it might seem strange to use paper documents, but apparently, there was a fool who hacked and manipulated data because he didn't want to undergo mandatory training. That's why they adopted this processing method. They think that paper documents will not be hacked, The job request documents are also printed on plain paper, filed away, and then stored in a safe. Once the procedures are done, I head to the designated box, complete preparations such as checking the gun, preparing additional magazines, and putting in earplugs. Then, I start the shooting training by voice command on the provided console. A target appears about 25 meters away. I aim my gun at it. The training consists of 100 shots with a maximum score of 10,000 points. It's all about how many points you can get. There are no penalties for low scores, and there's no time limit, so it's pretty relaxed. I know my own skill well, so I casually start pulling the trigger. After firing 30 shots and changing magazines, the lamp suddenly lights up. Since I'm wearing earplugs and can't hear the surroundings, turning on the lamp is the rule and etiquette when you want to talk. So, when I remove my earplugs, what's up? You're just hitting the target. You're a lousy mercenary with such crappy shooting skills. Suddenly, insults are thrown at me. The voice belongs to Hirakan, Yuri. His words are like those arrogant guys you see in youth dramas or sports dramas, looking down on others and provoking fights. He would incite the opponents who were obviously less skilled than him to fight, and then he would say, "I'll show you my real ability." He was the kind of guy who would say, "I'll show you my real skills." So, I'm in the middle of mandatory shooting training, so please don't disturb me. I cut off the conversation without hesitation, ignoring him, but he didn't give up. "I'm way more skilled than you. I'll prove it to you, so fight me." So I said, "I don't really care, so no thanks." And that shut him down. Of course, that wasn't enough to make him give up. HMPH. Scared of losing, huh? Well, of course. You're such a coward. Hirakan feels embarrassed because of his sister and is being teased by mercenaries. He seems to be trying hard to dispel that notion, but it doesn't seem to be going well. I heard it's gotten pretty rough because of that. Such a hassle. But since I have no intention of dealing with him. Yeah, I'm a coward, so you win. I brush off his words and pick up my earplugs to resume the training, intending to fire the remaining 100 rounds as required. Don't you have any pride as a mercenary? I'm stronger than you, you know. I'm saying I'll prove it. Apparently displeased, he intensifies his insults and challenges me to a fight. His fixation on winning or losing probably stems from wanting to somehow erase the current situation, but I wish he'd stop resorting to such annoying methods. I'm sure you know, but just because you defeat someone higher ranked than yourself in some contest doesn't mean you'll take on their rank, right? And even if such a system existed, why would you challenge someone you think is beneath you? If you truly believe you're stronger than me, then challenge someone stronger than me. Why not take on Albert Circlewood, also known as the Pitch Black Demon, who holds the title of King Class? What you're doing now is the behavior of a coward who can only pick fights with those weaker than themselves, isn't it? So, I said that to him, including everything that happened up to now. As a sort of retaliation. I thought he'd lose his temper and come at me swinging, but instead, he glared at me with a red face, then turned on his heel and left the shooting range without a word. It seems the concept of shame still lingers with him. Well, maybe it's because I had a gun in my hand. I put on my earplugs again and resumed the training. Chapter 35. The receptionist's job is to facilitate requests for mercenaries. Refusing to do that is not an option. Sighed Yuri. Frustrating. Not being able to retort against someone weaker than me. Right now, my situation is the worst. My sister caused a huge mess without me knowing. To escape the guild's pursuit, she's now a wanted criminal. Because of that, I'm suspected of committing the same misconduct as my sister. I'm still just a soldier rank. So, I needed to achieve success without any wrongdoing. However, since my sister's incident, most receptionists have been dismissive and won't let me take on requests. Frustrated and anxious, and I started to pick fights with various people. I ended up picking fights with various people, including that creepy otaku guy. I knew it wouldn't amount to anything. Even if I won those fights, despite the annoyance from the otaku's words, I head towards the lobby with a counter. Of course, The receptionists blatantly avoid eye contact or stand up, making it clear they won't let me take on any jobs. At that moment, "Please come this way," a receptionist called out to me. She was petite with a slender figure, aqua-colored eyes, and smooth, long, blonde hair tied neatly in a single ponytail. I've never seen her before, so I assume she's a new receptionist. But she must have heard rumors about me. There's also the possibility that it's some kind of trap, or it could be a punishment game between receptionists, forced into doing it. But if there's a chance to take on a job, I'll grab it with anything, even straw. I want to take on a job. Checking the rank R, as instructed, I hold up my bracelet-type terminal to the inspection device. "You're a soldier. Here are the available orders." She showed me a list with various requests, all for the soldier rank, but with my strength, I can handle those requests easily, just like that creepy otaku guy. Or even more. "Show me the requests for the king rank. Why do you want to see them?" Surprised by my words, she gives me a puzzled look. "I'll take on the request. I'll prove my strength," I declared with a strong tone. And, of course, the expected response came. "Unfortunately, it's not possible." "Why not?" "There are no requests. King class requests are rare, and those of the king rank complete them quickly. They run out soon, as expected of the king class." "Then how about a queen or bishop?" "No." Even when I aimed for lower ranks, it was rejected. It must be harassment after all. Creating an atmosphere as if they'll let me take a job and rejecting it just before. What a harassment. I was about to shout in frustration, but I quickly stopped myself. What a stupid thing to do. There's no way they would give jobs for queen or bishop to a soldier. Realizing that again, I sighed deeply, and at that moment, "I know what you've been through. And if that's the case, you shouldn't make unreasonable demands. You should stick to requests that are within your capabilities," she said to me with a serious expression. "But I don't know if I'll be able to get another job," I stammered, expressing my anxiety. Then she said, "Arranging contracts for mercenaries is part of the receptionist's job. Refusing to do that is out of the question," she assured me. In other words, she would properly arrange contracts for me. Tears welled up in my eyes involuntarily. Since my sister's incident, most receptionists had started to treat me coldly, as if I were suddenly beneath them, but she was the only one who reached out to me. "Thank you." I'll do my best," I said, gripping her hand tightly as tears streamed down my face. Returning to the lobby after finishing shooting training, I saw Hirokun at Zeistol's counter. It looked like an interaction between a handsome young mercenary and a beautiful receptionist, but they were both men. Hirokun had apparently been neglected by the receptionists, who had previously been kind to him out of pragmatism due to his sister's incident and the turmoil that followed. "Yeah, I understand that feeling of sadness all too well. It's been like this since I joined the guild, and it's still the same now." So for him, it must have been the first time in a while he'd received decent treatment from a receptionist or receptionist assistant, rather. He was holding his hand with tears of gratitude in his eyes. "Well, I guess Mr. Rones probably did the same thing." And there were receptionists, some avoiding the scene and others glaring at it. I wonder if the ones glaring were the ones who flipped their opinions so suddenly. There are quite a lot, maybe about 60%. The ones avoiding the scene seemed somewhat embarrassed. And of course, there was no mistaking the group of female staff and mercenaries, all eagerly staring at the spectacle between the men, their eyes shining as if they were about to bore holes through the air, and some even breathing heavily as if they were hyperventilating. The mercenary guild is in deep trouble, isn't it? And as expected, there's a group of men glaring at Hirokun. It seems like the protagonists are already gearing up for the event to climb out from rock's bottom. After finishing up at the guild and leaving the building, it was already past 1 p.m. Since I hadn't had lunch yet, I decided to buy something at the convenience store on my way back. I don't want to get tangled up in anything while wandering around. That's when a familiar face appeared on the street side screen. "Player Noswell, congratulations on winning the Stark Ulsters Cup this time." "Thank you very much. It was Skinner Oswald, the ace pilot of the Planet Race Team Crystalweed, who survived the same incident as me during our school days and has since become an ace pilot. It seems she's won another race. This race was quite challenging in the Flintlock belt. How was it? Well, Flintlock is indeed dangerous, but I didn't come under fire. I see. Indeed. Those who have experienced real combat are different. It seems Noswild-san is also doing her best. Relieved that it wasn't actually her in person, I hurried home. Anyway, tomorrow will be a day filled with anime. Chapter 36. Of course, it's to create my remote-controlled humanoid body. The day after witnessing the Hirakun's recovery moment, I had a fulfilling day. After having breakfast and running the washing machine, I started by cleaning my room and taking out the trash. By the time that was done, the laundry was finished, so I folded it and put it away. Once the grocery shopping for the day was done, the rest of the day was dedicated to watching anime, catching up on movies like the Demon Slayer theatrical version, and series like Jujutsu Kaisen and The Pharmacist's Murmurs. However, I knew that a gloomy half-day would follow this perfect day. While it's great that the ship is coming back, I had to take it to the guild's docking area. Normally, it wouldn't be a concern, but just the absence of Mr. Rones made me surprisingly anxious. In the worst-case scenario, Mr. Rones retiring or being dismissed, Mr. Zystel is reliable for work, so asking him at the reception should be fine. There might be various drawbacks, though. There are other male receptionists, but they are few, mostly handsome, and usually surrounded by female mercenaries, making them hard to approach. Well, if it's just parking the ship at the docking area, I can talk to the person in charge and go through the procedure. The next day, I went to pick up my ship at the dog maintenance factory. Hey there. Hey, it's done. The payment is as usual, Mr. Dog, or Oyasne, replied while working on some repairs. All right, I'll handle the payment. Sure. Instead of Mr. Dog, his wife assisted me. Despite being called dwarf by neighbors and mechanic friends due to his small, muscular, and slightly chubby appearance with a bearded face, Mr. Dog, or Oyasne, was undoubtedly a handsome person, especially now in his aging years. Even when he was younger, he must have been quite popular. Rumor has it that his wife was the one who initiated the relationship. And while making the payment, oh, by the way, it seems the manufacturer of that engine has stopped production. So, if the repair parts stock runs out, consider replacing it. Oyasne dropped quite a bomb. That manufacturer was doing their best. Well, I can't make my own engine, so I guess I have no choice. Do your best not to break it then. My ship, the Patchwork, originally consisted of used parts bought from this shop. I replaced and patched various parts for reinforcement. However, the engine is something I can't mess with, so I need to use genuine parts. If something were to break, as the old man suggested, I'd have to replace it. We have to be more and more careful from now on. Taking the ship from the old man's place, I headed straight to the Mercenary Guild's docking area. This is SM 987,072. John Uzos here. Requesting permission to land. This is the its branch control tower of the Mercenary Guild. Permission granted. Land at J910. Understood. Following the instructions, as I landed, a staff member on the ground approached. Well, thanks a lot. The difference in skill really shows. No, I'm just a perennial night class. Denying the staff member's compliment gently. Rank doesn't matter. The staff member shook his head and began speaking seriously. We, the staff, decide the parking positions based on factors like the number of ships, convenience, and ease of takeoff and landing. Those with real skills understand this well. They park exactly where instructed, and the way they park is clean. But those without skills, although they park where instructed, their parking is messy. And those who think highly of themselves don't park where instructed. They want to park in their favorite number or a lucky number. The Black Devil, our race, the Winged Helmet, and the Female Leopard, those medium-sized spaceships, all perfectly park where instructed, and the way they park is neat. It seems like there are various difficulties. Well, why don't you spread the word about it? If the word gets out, those claiming to be skilled will compete to follow instructions and park neatly. But the staff shook their heads again. This is the arbitrary standard of us facility management staff. If we know where the rumors started, we won't listen to those kinds of people. The staff smiled sadly. Perhaps they had spread rumors before, but had been ignored for the reasons mentioned earlier. To exit the Mercenary Guild's facilities from the boat parking area, you inevitably have to pass through the guild building. If no one bothers you, it's actually quite easy, but that wasn't the case. Suddenly, a call rang out from my wristband-type terminal. I quickly moved to a secluded bench and sat down to take the call. By the way, the caller was Rossis. Well, at least she wasn't human. Hello? Is something wrong? It's been a while, Captain Uzos. I have a favor to ask today. I have a bad feeling about this, so I'll pass. Rossis-san's request was undoubtedly not a good one. Why? I haven't said anything yet. I just have a bad feeling. Anyway, please listen to me. Fine, fine. Even if I set it to reject calls, she'd probably keep calling, so it would be quicker to just listen to what she had to say. Actually, I want to order an android. Do you know a good shop? I'm not familiar with androids, so I don't know any major ones, but if you want, you could easily find out, right? Then, could you tell me someone who knows about lesser-known places? Unfortunately, I'm really not familiar with androids. And since I'm not her partner, it would only be awkward for me to be consulted about that. Shouldn't you ask your partner about that? He was studying for the promotion exam now. Didn't he reject the unconditional promotion to the bishop class? Because special treatment involving exams can lead to trouble. So he wants to take it properly. Indeed. Lambert Rylaz, known as Akiri-kun, quickly became a knight class from various achievements and was immediately offered a promotion to the bishop class without an exam, but he declined it, saying he wanted to take the exam properly and get promoted, which has become quite a famous story. I was slightly impressed that he was unexpectedly serious. Anyway, what are you going to use the android for? Of course, to create my remote-controlled humanoid body. I had vaguely understood since the question came, but when it was clearly stated, my anxiety increased. It might be possible to make something amazing if it was made with ancient technology, but that would probably be impossible. In any case, I won't be of any help in that area. I think you should check medical equipment-related sites. Androids are quite commonly used in medical settings, so there should be a lot of information there. Also, you could try asking on android fetish sites. Is that so? Then I'll check those out. Thank you for your advice. Goodbye for now. With that, Rossis ended the communication. I could only hope that Rossis's plan would not come to fruition as soon as possible. Every minute and every second counted. Once that body was completed, if I were to be approached and spoken to affectionately, it would lead to my downfall. Chapter 37. I'd like to go to the arcade or something if we have time. With 3 people. After finishing communication with Mr. Rossis, I headed towards the lobby to leave. And that's when Arthur approached me. Next to him, as usual, was Miss Sarah, looking composed. Hello, Uzos-san. Hey, Lingard-kun. And Sarah too. How was the reception? The two of them had been invited to a military reception for the previous job, so I casually asked about it, and then, it would have been better not to attend such a thing. Miss Sarah suddenly turned furious. Those guys towards Arthur-sama? It was just luck. He was just lucky. I'm stronger than him. Don't get cocky. Not bad for a small fry. I'll give you praise. Insults like that. And then, when it comes to me, won't you date me? I'm definitely better than that mercenary bastard. If you become a crew member on my ship, I'll treat you well. A cute girl like you being a mercenary, huh? Well, I'll hire you. Come right now. They say crap like that, you know? What kind of stupid game characters are they? She gritted her teeth, reigniting her anger towards the men who belittled her lover, and the women are the opposite. To me, it's like, you're too fawning over men. I'm better than her. I'm superior to someone like that. Just a low-level mercenary. How poor. Petty jealousy and sarcasm, and even Captain Hyliat, the organizer, was all over Arthur-sama. She rekindled her anger towards the women who approached her lover. Come on, Sarah. Calm down. And besides, Captain Hyliat was just being a barrier. That's the trick. It was fortunate that Arthur-sama is serious and has a strong mentality. I won't go to such a thing again. While Arthur tried to calm her down, he unintentionally dropped a fuel bomb. That must have been tough. I'm glad I wasn't invited. Probably. They solidified it with acquaintances of Captain Hyliat. So it must have been all nobles. The two of them really worked hard and looked pitiful. However, Arthur didn't start talking to me about such things. So, what's your business? With my one word, Arthur remembered and began to explain his business. Yes, actually, a job has been commissioned for the collection of an asteroid belt in the vicinity of planet Kolkos. It seems that rare metals can be mined from the asteroids, and mining has started under the orders of Lord Kolkos. However, due to the wide range of the asteroid belt, thefts and asteroid robberies are constant. Therefore, they plan to collect the asteroid belt and melt it down at once for extraction. While Arthur explained, he transmitted the request document to my bracelet-type terminal. It feels oddly rough, but is it okay? Lord Kolkos hasn't gone off the deep end, right? With your radar, it should be easy to maintain vigilance around and detect the approach of asteroids. So, the probability of colliding with an asteroid can be reduced, right? Sarah adds further clarification. Sorry, but I just finished overhauling the ship, and I'm on vacation now. There's still time until the deadline, so I'll decide by then. As I listen, it seems there's nothing suspicious, but I want to investigate just in case. Also, being on vacation is another reason to postpone my response. Understood. It would be great if we could work together. Until then. Oh, thanks for going out of your way. If you were Hiro-kun, he'd probably say something like decide whether to accept or not right here. Arthur is considerate of human emotions. Probably, they couldn't gather enough people, and maybe they even asked the receptionist for a favor, although she seemed free. After that, I finally left the guild building and headed straight to the black market shopping district. This place still looks like something out of another world. I came here, of course, to get information from the Patterson dispensary, and sure enough, the eye-catching flag was still standing there, and among them, a new flag was also standing. It read, "Dancing in boiling broth, the origin of souls clad in dead flesh, that shady butcher and their questionable new products." But it seemed quite popular, as there were many people immersed in the atmosphere here. Ignoring the crowd, I arrived at the Patterson pharmacy. "Hey," I greeted. "Oh, it's you. What do you want?" My friend Gonzalez replied, turning away from the newspaper and giving me his usual response. I approached the counter and placed an envelope on it. "I came to hear some gossip," I said. "What kind of gossip?" Gonzalez asked, checking the contents of the envelope and getting ready to listen. "There's a group near the Kolkos planet's neighboring space region that's mining asteroids for rare metals. They're melting them down to extract the metals because there's a lot of looting and theft. They want us to collect them all," I explained, referring to the request Arthur brought. "Got it. Give me about an hour," Gonzalez replied. "Sure thing." "I'll wait quietly," I said. As Gonzalez began to research with a cord connected to his neck, I sat down and started reading a light novel. Melting asteroids to extract rare metals itself isn't impossible, so there shouldn't be any problems. It's probably just a matter of melting a certain amount at a time, not all at once. What caught my attention in this request was the mention of rare metals being mined. Most likely, they're talking about ores like leoi, which are used for outer hulls and armor plating of ships, or xyratas, which are used for the heat-resistant and heat-dissipating barrels of laser guns and heat guns. Things like radiation aren't an issue because spaceships and spacesuits are already designed to deal with such things in the space environment where such things are flying around. But if that asteroid contains corrosive gas, it could be dangerous if it's released during the collection process. Since you can't just throw gas-containing rocks into the furnace, you need to completely vent the gas. If you know there's a risk, you can equip yourself accordingly and work without any issues. Even if you accidentally stumble upon it unknowingly, you can immediately halt your work and switch to appropriate gear to resume. However, such equipment is quite expensive, and even with standard gear, it's still somewhat vulnerable. In other words, There are cases where you're intentionally not informed about the risk and made to work, then told to continue working as if nothing happened until the equipment is prepared. Arthur probably researched this thoroughly before taking the job, so there shouldn't be any problems. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Exactly 1 hour later, Gonzalez pulled the cord from the back of his neck. The information he provided was no different from the request form, and there didn't seem to be anything dangerous except for what was inside the head of Lord Kolkos, who had made the request. By the way, I saw Mr. Cruz Ianoid the other day. With that matter concluded, I tried to steer the conversation towards something more casual, as friends. Yeah, he came to the shop the other day. You guys know where to find me. I move around a lot, so it's not easy. But in return, you probably make 3 million in a day sometimes, right? It's a risky business, though. Ignoring the content, having conversations like this somehow reminded me of our student days. Apart from the incident in our first year, I think we had many enjoyable memories. As I was pondering these thoughts, I'd like to go to the arcade if we have time, the three of us. And anime member, too. I've been so busy lately that I haven't had time to go to the store, just doing online shopping. Gonzalez suddenly muttered something like that. Even if we had a similar relationship as before, it wouldn't be the same as our student days. Each of us has our own responsibilities and things we need to do. Thinking about it, I realize that despite being responsible for my own actions, I'm fortunate to be able to take breaks and work as I please. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll make sure to coordinate the timing then. Chapter 38. I met my wife and daughter. My daughter is so cute. Oh, want to see a photo? After docking the ship at the guild's boat parking lot the next day, I headed to anime members and Seazaban to explore manga, light novels, and doujinshi. Thanks to that, I got my hands on the latest light novel of Somewhere, The Mysterious Summoning Ring, the new manga of My Enemy is a Hero, the comic adaptation of the social development simulation game Speed Queen, the Planet Race doujinshi of the social strategy simulation game Maiden Chronicles, and various other fruitful discoveries. Then, on the following day, with all these treasures, Mr. Owens finally returned. Now I can finally take on requests with peace of mind. Of course, Mr. Zystole is also working diligently as the receptionist. Oh, it was the best vacation. Well, that's good. Seems like he had a fun vacation. With a beaming smile and a healthy complexion, I met my wife and daughter. My daughter is so cute. Oh, want to see a photo? No, thanks. Mr. Owens seems to be a typical doting father. He immediately tried to take out an album, but I declined. More importantly, what's up with Mr. Zystole? He looks totally like a girl. I questioned him about not providing accurate information. No, he's a guy, and he's capable, right? Mr. Owens made an awkward excuse. Sure, he was a guy, and he seemed really capable for the job, but there's no way you'd describe someone who looks like a beautiful girl. The photos you showed me were a bit more masculine. Short hair and all. Well, he did have a feminine face, though. In other words, he didn't know that Mr. Zystole had transformed since the photo for the documents was taken. Well, that's what happens when you leave the selection of your substitute to the HR department. Well, if worst comes to worst and you're not around, I'll ask Mr. Zystole to handle reception, I guess. However, it's not great that I can only get jobs from Old Man Jones, so this incident became an opportunity to consider that. So, did you find any jobs? Yeah, I'll take this one. I showed Arthur information about the collection work of the asteroid belt he introduced. This one looks good, doesn't it? The details of the job are as follows. Job content: collection work of an asteroid belt in the vicinity of planet Kolkos and emergency defense. Job duration: unclear. Until all asteroids are collected. Estimated 480 hours in Galactic Standard Time. Approximately 20 days. Minimum total working hours, 100 hours. Breaks are optional. Work environment: free use of accommodation facilities in the accompanying colony, free meal support. Refueling for the spaceship. Job conditions: bring your own spaceship. If the brought spaceship is damaged, repair costs are out of pocket. Installation of a management beacon and recording device. In emergencies, handle even during breaks, be ready to sortie. Due to the above reasons, leaving the space during the job period is subject to punishment. Reward, 2 million credits, fixed. If the minimum total working hours are not reached, there will be a reduction. If the complete collection is finished within the minimum total working hours of 100 hours, full payment will be made. Special note, swift collection is desirable, and intentional acts to extend working hours will be subject to punishment. Well, technically, it's work assistance, and the debris collector will be the main one doing the collection. Of course, you can collect them yourself if you want. Anyway, they need manpower, right? There's no bonus, but there's no quota except for the duration. It seems like a relatively easy request since there are no strange conditions. However, there's something that has been bothering me since Arthur introduced it. Why does it mention what happens if it ends within the minimum total working hours of 100 hours, even though it seems like it will take around 480 hours? Because there are people who nitpick about details, so they had to write it. And, well, just in case something unexpected happens. By the way, the minimum total working time refers to the minimum amount of time you have to work. Essentially, if you're short by 30 minutes or an hour, you might just face a deduction, but if your total working time is only 30 minutes or an hour, you might not get paid at all. So, are you taking it? Gonzalez asked. Of course, I replied. But at least it's a job that's more relaxed than focusing on combat. Heading to the Kolkhoz region to take on the job, we arrived in the evening. We were instructed to dock at a cylindrical colony that had been brought along for this project, or rather, had been dragged along. Work was set to begin the next day, so we were told to rest. By the way, this colony had 2 of its 3 residential spaces turned into boat parking, with the remaining one serving as headquarters, accommodations, welfare facilities, repair docks, gas stations, and various warehouses. After docking the ship, I headed to the accommodations. There, I ran into the debris merchant from before. "Hey, it's you!" he exclaimed. "Oh, it's the kid from last time," he continued, recognizing me. I had heard he was the main dealer, so I was hoping we'd meet again like this. "Looks like you're joining in too," I said. "It's a request from the Kolkhoz government. Basically, it's about collecting debris, so lots of debris merchants other than us are participating," he explained. "Is the plan similar to before?" I asked. "Yeah, the amount we collect matters for debris, but this time, reliable collection is the main focus. But if you're just slacking off, you'll get called out," he replied. I exchanged contact information with him, Mr. Riggs Volvard, and decided to work together again this time. Oh, and Arthur Khan and Miss Sarah were also participating properly. While they weren't being overly affectionate, there was definitely a lovey-dovey atmosphere around them, undoubtedly adding to the number of men shedding tears of blood. And then, the next morning, during breakfast, there was an all-facility open-line morning meeting, or something like that. "All right, everyone, thank you for participating in this project. As for the asteroid collection work this time, the procedure itself is simple. You'll load asteroids and rocks into dedicated collection containers and then deposit them onto designated super-large transport ships. If it's over 50 meters in diameter, you'll tow it to the vicinity of the Kolkhoz planet's moon, Gama, with tugboats. Secure it there, and then proceed with excavation. So, what you'll be collecting are asteroids and rocks smaller than that size. For those close to 50 meters in diameter, you'll use high-power lasers to cut them and then collect them. You might think you should just cut them all, but there were few high-power lasers available, and there's also the goal of increasing employment through mining asteroids over 50 meters in diameter. After all, this collection operation itself aims to expand employment, so I hope you understand that aspect. Refuel and take breaks at this accompanying colony. Safety first. If you notice anything, report it immediately. However, we also don't want any actions that unnecessarily prolong the work. Be swift and safe. Proceed with the work without accidents. Now, please begin work after breakfast. Chapter 39, he said, going up is a hassle, big bro. This time it's at 5 o'clock direction, ascending 30 degrees, distance 700. Understood. I followed the old man's instructions, moving at an almost landing speed. Just like during the previous gate, the polymer coating applied, and the anti-debris measures were spot on. Working efficiently, we quickly filled up the collection container and transferred the accumulated debris to the cargo ship, occasionally watching the towing of asteroids big and small. The disappearance of rocks and stones, and the cleaning up of space somehow felt satisfying. All right. Next is that. 10 o'clock direction, descending 24 degrees, distance 600. Understood. Briefly opening the throttle, slowly approaching the target. I precisely stopped where the old man instructed. It seems I have a really good compatibility with this job. Section. Sighed. Arthur lingered, listening to the debris collector's instructions. I carefully manipulated the control stick. All right. This should be good around here. I stopped the ship at the signal from the debris collector. However, I ended up quite off from the ideal stopping position. Despite multiple attempts, it wasn't going well. Sorry. I ended up quite off. This is normal. Even for us. It took quite some time to stop in a good position. Seemingly trivial to the debris collector, he didn't mind my mistake. With a light tone, he moved away from the ship and began approaching the asteroid to start the work. Over there, Yuzos-san's ship was perfectly stopped at the ideal position. Impressive. I wouldn't be able to do it so easily. While admiring the precise movements, I made small adjustments to position my ship more conveniently for the debris collector. Why doesn't Yuzos-san get promoted? Considering both skill and personality, she could even be in the queen class. He said going up is a hassle. Sarah responded to my muttering, and I couldn't help but think that her answer made sense. Indeed, becoming a bishop class in the Mercenary Guild would come with more duties and obligations. In the Mercenary Guild, as you climb the ranks to bishop class, not only do the types of jobs change based on your rank, but even for similar jobs, the amount of compensation varies. In cases like the current one, the compensation is uniform regardless of rank. However, for tasks like escort missions, the reward for a bishop class could jump up by 30%, and the facilities and services available also change. But along with the perks come downsides, such as special summoning orders for all guild members, commonly known as the Red Notice. In addition, there might be requests that cannot be refused, or mandatory attendance at the guild's year-end party. There are even rumors of factional disputes within the guild. Considering all these factors, I can't help but feel a bit fed up. Moreover, there are rumors that the recent upper management of the guild has been promoting only those with potential ties to influential nobility for strategic image reasons. While it may be disrespectful to Mr. Yuzos, considering the personal experiences he shared, it's not an implausible story. That's troublesome. Truly, corruption within an organization tends to spread, and there's a growing sense of helplessness. I feel like something needs to be done, but at the moment, there's not much I can do. All right, next one, please. Heading 9 o'clock, upward 15 degrees, distance 300. As we continue the conversation, the debris collector finishes its work, and the instructions for the next point come in. Understood. This time, determined to park in a better position, I grip the control stick tightly. Section. The work proceeded remarkably smoothly. Old Man Jones and I worked from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., with a 1-hour break around noon, totaling 10 hours a day, no overtime. Considering Old Man Jones's stamina, we had a rotation where he took a day off every 5 days, and we were already on the 13th day. We had already surpassed the minimum required hours. Although finishing within the 100-hour minimum was impossible, the work progressed at a good pace. There were only about 10 more asteroids to tow, but collecting them all would still take some time. By the way, this operation is getting attention from the media, with TV crews filming the work scenes from their ships and reporters roaming around the colony for interviews. Naturally, the media focuses on the attractive individuals like Arthur and Sarah, or the big shots who don't do any actual work. However, they also show footage of mining operations near satellites and the extraction of rare metals on planets, which is quite interesting. But what caught the media's attention the most was the participation of a royal mercenary in this seemingly mundane job. Her name is Marilato Ruichin Farina. Her ship is named Red Albatross. TL note: the kanji can also be read as stupid bird. Her nickname is Crimson Blaze or Scarlet Goddess. With pigeon blood-colored hair, golden eyes, fair skin, and a tall, stunning figure that could make models jealous. She's quite the sight. Why she took this job is unclear, but it's a welcome subject for the media. Arthur and Sarah are often seen doing interviews with her. No doubt, her fanbase is growing rapidly behind the screens. Furthermore, yesterday, a nobleman came to visit the site. He's the lord of planet Brosland, apparently a count named Circulus. Apparently, they have a similar asteroid belt on their estate and want to use this as reference for their collection efforts. Well, leave the VIP treatment to the important folks. I'll stick with Mr. Volbud and focus on asteroid retrieval. And so, on the 14th day, after finishing work, the first thing to do back at the colony is to remove the polymer attached to the ship. Naturally, stones and sand stuck in this polymer are also to be extracted. After that, it's inspection time and refueling, then the workday is done. Having dinner at the restaurant, grabbing a few things from the tenant's convenience store, and then heading back to the hotel area. Some folks in the lobby are already getting the party started with drinks, but I'm not much of a drinker, so I steer clear. Don't know anyone there anyway. On the way back to the hotel area, I spot a crowd gathering at the cafe area. There seems to be some sort of interview going on, judging by the presence of the interview crew. Taking a casual glance, I see that gruff-bearded guy who seems to be the nobleman, passionately giving some speech or another, and thus, we are recruiting talented individuals for our domain. Those who aspire to greatness. Seems like he's making a job appeal at the end of the interview. I have zero interest because I don't believe in serving under nobles or anyone like that. Quickly making my way back near the hotel area, I notice another crowd forming. Turns out, it's all because of the Royal Scarlet Goddess. It's not like she did anything wrong herself, but folks who wanted to get close to her surrounded her as she came out of her hotel room. Of course, I don't want anything to do with that, so I ignore it completely and head to my own room. It's a single room, business hotel style. I prefer capsule hotels for the peace and quiet, but all the accommodations in this colony are of this type, so there's no choice. Once I'm comfortable, I grab my light novel, flop onto the bed, and start reading where I left off yesterday. Chapter 40R. By that time, I might not be here, you know. During the time when Uzos was actively engaged in collecting asteroids. Side, Fiolka, Shusat. I headed to the reception lobby of the Mercenary Guild to take on a job. When I first became a mercenary, I used to ask the available receptionists for help. However, male staff often try to flirt, and many female staff seemed snobbish, so I was honestly fed up. But there were people who provided polite and pleasant service. I made it a point to go to such receptionists as much as possible, and now, I've almost exclusively made a specialist receptionist out of Mia Oshim. She has sapphire-like blue eyes, emerald-colored hair tied in side tails, and chest armor that even I, as a woman, find enviable. Of course, there are other reliable receptionists, but work and wavelength, since both align well, I prefer to take on jobs and receive rewards when she's on duty. She's not the best in terms of adaptability, but she's beautiful, and her work is thorough. Both men and women admire her, and although there are usually several people in line, today there was no one, so I easily approached her. Hey, Mia, any good requests? We have some escort requests from the usual clients. Pass. I thought so. I'll handle it. As soon as I sat down, Mia disposed of several requests. These were special requests from foolish noble sons who wanted lap pillows, or wearing cosplay, and some even went as far as inside the bedroom. It was a list of absurd conditions that made me question their common sense. Even for the Mercenary Guild, such requests were completely out of bounds, so discarding them posed no problem. Looking at the list of requests again, among the legitimate escort and security requests, There were scattered requests for pirate extermination. Weren't the military desperate in pursuing pirates recently? Despite the recent intense efforts by the military in pirate extermination, it's unusual to see requests for it. This one was received this morning, so if left alone, the military might handle it. It seemed to be a small-scale pirate group that the military had overlooked. Once discovered, they wouldn't pose a threat to me, so capturing them shouldn't take much time. In fact, finding them might take longer. Then, I'll take this one. With this, I should wrap it up in 2 to 3 days. In response to my words, simulating the light scenario until the completion of the request, Mia uttered words that I couldn't believe. By that time, I might not be here, you know? Huh? I was greatly surprised by those words. Switch jobs. Or maybe retire after getting married? If that's the case, what time is the wedding? Why hasn't there been any discussion or notification from the person I trusted as a work partner and considered a friend? Even though she's a bit older than me, as these thoughts crossed my mind, Mia clarified the situation. I'm actually attending my cousin's wedding, but it's on a different planet, so it'll take some time to travel. That's why I took an extended paid leave. If all goes well, I should be back in just 2 to 3 days. The possibility is high, right? Oh, so that's what's going on. That surprised me. With Mia explaining the situation properly, I was able to breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, she calls me Fi when it's not formal, saying it's shorter. So, I thought of calling her Mi-chan, but she seriously didn't like it, saying, "Stop it. It sounds like a cat." I decided to refrain from it, however, since I wouldn't want to take on a job if it weren't her. If Mia is not back when I return, I'll ask someone else, I declared. Sure, please do. We can share information, so there shouldn't be any problem with the procedures. And so, I accepted the request for pirate extermination, bidding farewell to the Mercenary Guild. At that time, I didn't particularly pay attention to the crowd forming at another reception counter. Honestly, capturing the pirates was surprisingly easy. Searching for their location took more time. After selling their ship, I headed back to the reception lobby and casually looked around. As expected, Mia was not there. I knew it would be the case, but it still felt a bit lonely, considering who to approach to foster adaptability. Just as I was contemplating, someone who seemed to have returned from a break sat at the reception counter. Since I hadn't seen her before, I assumed she was a newcomer and approached her. "I'd like to complete the procedure for the task achievement. Is that okay?" "Yes, please come this way. First, let me check." As I handed her the generic terminal, "Miss Fuel Casher sat, right? Capturing the pirates, the Brothers, and purchasing 3 combat ships. Is that correct?" She browsed the shared data from my identification. "The reward for the request is 450,000 credits. The purchase of the combat ships totals 1.23 million credits for a grand total of 1.68 million credits. Is everything correct?" "Yes, that's correct." "Will you be taking it in cash or information?" "I'll take it in information." "Understood. Please wait a moment." With impressive efficiency, she prepared the reward I would receive this time. With a clean blonde ponytail and an undeniable beauty, even without chest armor, she was a true beauty. Moreover, she seemed serious and competent. Definitely a promising candidate. Her name was Alphonse Zeistol. If I remember correctly from her name tag. I need to remember that. Chapter 41. Hey, Tito TV. We told non-combatants to evacuate to the colony. From the day after seeing the noble and their Scarlet Goddess, the work progressed peacefully without any near misses with those individuals. And on the morning of the 19th day, while preparing to depart with the old man in the shuttle parking lot, good morning, everyone. Thanks to everyone's hard work, it seems that today's work will allow us to completely collect the group of floating asteroids. Therefore, if everything goes smoothly and today's work concludes, please stay in the colony after receiving the completion certificate and return home the next morning. The rewards have already been paid to each of you at the locations where you received the requests, so please collect them there. The mining and extraction purification of various metals, including rare metals, from the toad giant asteroids are still ongoing, but with everyone's collection work coming to an end, It marks a milestone. Fortunately, there have been no major accidents or injuries. Let's finish this to the end without letting our guard down. A surprisingly spirited message from the responsible person echoed through the communication. I knew the works had decreased quite a bit, but there's something quite poignant when the finish line comes into view. All right, just one more push. With this, we can do another round. Old man, who avoids drinking on days other than the day before a break, is a true professional. After about 2 hours of us and the old man starting the work. Emergency alert! Emergency alert! Currently, an unconfirmed fleet is approaching. Due to the refusal of hull code confirmation, it is judged as pirates. Non-combatants evacuate to the colony. Mercenaries on break, prepare for interception immediately. Mercenaries at the worksite who need refueling should evacuate to the colony first. Refuel, and prepare for interception promptly. An emergency alert was issued. I retrieved the old man and immediately began evacuation to the colony. As ships headed towards the colony one after another, there was one ship that didn't return. In a mercenary ship, things wouldn't be a problem. But hey, Tito TV, they said non-combatants should evacuate to the colony. We can capture footage of the Scarlet Goddess in action. No way we're pulling back. Oh, is that so? Well, then we won't take any responsibility. The TV station's ship seemed to be in trouble. I don't know if it's journalism or not, but it's damn annoying when they get in the way. After dropping off the old man and returning to the scene, I immediately received another widespread communication. Mercenaries, listen up. I am Marilato Ruichin Farina, a royal rank. This time, I'll be in temporary command. Any objections? The communication came from the Scarlet Goddess, and it seemed she would be the temporary commander. Damn. People with royal rank do have a different kind of charisma. The fast ships, join me for disruption and interception. The others, I need you for defense. I've already contacted the military and police, so hold your ground until they arrive. All right. Cheers erupted among the mercenaries in response to her words. The charisma of the protagonist's side is truly something. With this, we should be able to hold our ground well until the military and police arrive. I naturally joined the defense. But, to be honest, there was no need to contact the military and police. Only 30 minutes into the battle that started, thanks to the Scarlet Goddess setting off explosives, everyone was fired up, and with her incredible performance, every flash turned pirate ships into wreckage or rendered them unable to move. With Arthur Khan also in the mix, frankly, it was getting pitiful for the other side. However, there were still some sneaky ones slipping through, so we made sure to do what we had to do. As a result, the pirate fleet fell into complete silence. When the military and police arrived, it took quite some time to collect the pirate fleet and their ships, confirm the number of shootdowns, and resume operations. It was already past 2 p.m. As a result, our job with the old man didn't finish until 6 p.m., but all the work was done by 9 p.m. Victory over the pirates naturally led to cheers at the end. Of course, afterward, regardless of the time, the celebration and after-party automatically started. I didn't participate in that. Instead, I received the completion certificate, had dinner, and returned to the hotel room. On the way, Arthur and the others tried to talk to me, but I politely declined. I'm not a fan of alcohol, after all. The old man, knowing I don't handle alcohol well, just exchanged tired greetings. He seems intent on drinking with his comrades. Upon returning to the hotel room, I took a shower and changed into my room where on TV, they were already featuring the recent battle, focusing on the Scarlet Goddess. Oh, Arthur and Sarah are on it too. Those two are likely to get more requests in the future. The next morning, I decided to leave the colony first to avoid the crowds. I thought there would be people sleeping drunk in various places, but surprisingly, there was no one, and it was very quiet. I had already greeted Arthur and Volvod yesterday. After greeting the staff who were awake for management, I left the colony. It took less than a day from the planet Yitz to the planet Kolkos, but it would take 2 days to return, even with several gates. It would be nice if the gates were bi-directional, but there's nothing we can do about it. And from the morning of departure, I returned to the headquarters on the planet Yates by 6:30 p.m. the next day. I parked the ship in the parking lot and just refueled it. Then I walked through the building, headed to the reception lobby, and handed the completion certificate to Mr. Loans. Long time no see. You've certainly been handling the requests. It would have been better if there weren't any pirates left at the end. While casually complaining, I watched the payment process. First, there's the fixed 2 million. Then, you crushed 7 pirate ships, totaling 2.84 million. That's a total of 4.84 million. Good with that information? He said. So, while it wasn't explicitly stated this time, it seems the purchase of pirate ships was authorized. Thanks to that, unexpected income came in. Just 40,000 in cash. I did that because I need to transfer 1/3 of this reward to my parents through the bank. If I withdraw only 40,000, I can split the remaining 4.8 million into 3 parts at 1.6 million each. All that's left is to go to the bank tomorrow and make the transfer. At that moment, unbelievable news came on the lobby TV. We have breaking news. The rare metal extracted from the asteroid belt of the planet Kolkos, which was collected and refined during the collection operation the other day, has been stolen by someone. The police are currently intensively investigating. It was reported that the rare metal collected from the asteroid belt of planet Kolkos during the collection operation had been stolen. The following morning, I decided to depart from the colony first to avoid the rush. I expected to see people sleeping off their intoxication in various places, but surprisingly, there was no one around, and it was eerily quiet. I had already bid farewell to Arthur and others yesterday. After greeting the staff who were awake for maintenance, I left the colony. It didn't take long to travel from planet Kolkos to planet Yates, but returning would take 2 days. Even with several gateways at our disposal, it would have been convenient if the gates were bidirectional, but that couldn't be helped. The next day, at 6:30 p.m., I returned to Planet Yates, our home base. I parked the ship at the docking bay and refueled it, leaving only the fuel. Then, I made my way through the building to the reception lobby and handed the completion certificate to Mr. Rones. Long time no see. Looks like you've handled the requests without fail. It would have been better if there weren't any pirates. While casually complaining, I watched the payment process. First, the fixed 2 million. Then, for the 7 pirate ships you destroyed, it's 2.84 million. Total of 4.84 million. Is that okay with you? He said. Although it wasn't specified this time, it seemed buying the pirate ships had been authorized. Thanks to that, unexpected income had come in. Just 40,000 in cash. I needed to send 1/3 of this reward to my parents through the bank. By withdrawing just 40,000, I could split the remaining 4.8 million into 3 parts, totaling 1.6 million each. I would go to the bank tomorrow to make the transfer. At that moment, unbelievable news flashed on the lobby TV. We have breaking news. The rare metals extracted from the asteroid belt of planet Kolkos, which were excavated and refined after the collection operation was completed the other day, have been stolen by unknown individuals. The police are currently launching a full investigation. It was reported that the rare metals extracted from the asteroid belt of planet Kolkos during the collection operation had been stolen. Chapter 42. Usually, people go to see their friends after a long time, but we meet frequently. Upon hearing that news, the old man Rones and I involuntarily froze. After all, the results of the efforts of many people, including me, were brutally stolen away. Someone bold did something. I hope they won't suspect us who are doing the collection work. It's theft on the planet, after all. They're not stupid enough to suspect those who have been in space all along. I hope so. Honestly, it's quite unsettling. The nobles who were expecting profits from rare metals often direct their frustration towards the mercenaries and workers on site. In some cases, we might have to find the real culprit ourselves, but that's not something I should do. Just leave it to the police. There's no need to stick our necks into it. Whether he read my thoughts or not, the old man Rones lightly inserted a nail. Yeah, you're right. Well, let's disperse for today, before they start demanding the rewards back. That might actually be possible. I said it as a joke, but I didn't think it would become a cause for concern. So, I decided to leave quickly. I headed to Gonzalez's place on foot to get information about this mysterious theft incident. On the way, I decided to buy some of the butcher's products, so I entered the shop after a long time. The shopkeeper was still a friendly old man as usual, but when I saw the lineup of products like beef equals minotaur meat, pork equals orc meat, chicken equals cockatrice meat, ham equals membrane of death meat, croquette equals blissful golden, it went beyond curiosity and became worrying. How far is this old man taking it? Anyway, I bought 4 croquettes, 2 teas from the convenience store, and then headed to the Patterson dispensing pharmacy. Hey! And as usual, when I entered the store, the theft of the rare metal, without the usual greeting, he immediately asked what I wanted to know. Got any information? I placed a croquette and a bottle of tea on the counter and offered them to Gonzalez. Mostly manga-like developments or conspiracy theories. Gonzalez picked up a croquette, and I followed suit. It was my first time trying a standard croquette, but it was undeniably delicious. When you say manga-like developments, is it about a grand illusion by a great thief? A war starting between a beautiful girl thief and a handsome guy thief? Something like that. Gonzalez finished his croquette and reached for the tea. Anything serious? No idea. Well, it's certain that someone on the inside facilitated it. Anyone could figure that much out. It seems that even in his information network, detailed information is unknown. Well, it's best not to delve any further into it. Then, as Gonzalez reached for a second croquette, he asked, "By the way, what about tomorrow's joint alumni reunion?" he asked. In fact, on the first day of the collection operation, an invitation to the joint alumni reunion arrived through the Mercenary Guild. The joint part is because of the incident where I was forcibly recruited into that mercenary group. It seems the reunion is organized for the generation of students I was in, which has drastically decreased due to that incident, and they're having a hard time organizing a reunion. But in reality, it's just a means for me to get closer to Lawburn Next and Schooner Noswile. When I got it, I was in the middle of the collection job, and I didn't know when it would finish. Plus, I didn't feel like going, so I declined immediately. Me too. I've already met the friends I wanted to see. Besides, I'll definitely get tangled up with that guy. Gonzalez had a disgruntled expression. Yeah, probably hasn't changed at all. That guy's a Rolditch Bulgars, who was our classmate in the second year. He was at the top of the school hierarchy, not a noble, but the son of the president of Bulgars Trading, and of course, a handsome guy. He's always surrounded by his entourage, the epitome of an elite mindset. All about the vibes, loves to play around, loves to hit on girls, loves to assert dominance. A perfect example of a scumbag extrovert. Because of that, not only us but also the introverts in the class, no, in the whole school were annoyed. Wouldn't you agree that not wanting to meet him is understandable, even if it means going to the Lawburn Next? At least Burnext, while cracking some jokes, doesn't resort to violence like that guy. According to Gonzalez, he's currently on a study trip to inherit his parents' company, living a very stylish life indeed. It's usually because I want to see my friends after a long time, but since we meet often, Gonzalez said, spreading the newspaper, reaching for the third croquette. Well, that's true. I agreed with his words, sipping tea and putting the half-eaten croquette into my mouth. I was relieved that there was no message demanding the return of the reward when I reported to Gonzalez yesterday. So, after finishing cleaning my room and whatever else by noon today, I decided to go to request gun maintenance for the first time in a while. Since I don't shoot often, I only clean it once a month at most. So, I thought it would be a good idea to have a professional look at it occasionally. The shop is located in the basement of a mixed building in the city called Swanson Firearms Store. Hey there. Welcome. Long time no see. I don't really use guns much. Inside the shop, a sturdy counter is protected by thick explosion-proof and laser-proof acrylic plates, and all the products are selected through display screens. And the one who greeted me was Linda, the daughter of the shop owner, who is still in high school. As for school, she might be skipping quite a bit. You can't see the shop owner, but he's probably doing repairs or restorations in the back of the shop. When I placed the gun on the counter, she picked it up and said, "It seems like you've been taking care of it fairly well." With that, she sat down at the workbench behind the counter and started disassembling the gun. Unlike me, who takes it slow, it fell apart in no time at all. Even with her skills, she still thinks she's not quite there yet. During the process, she suddenly spoke up. "Hey, do you ever want to make custom guns or anything? What's the point for a lousy human to use custom-made? Let's make some. Mercenaries would want them, right? I don't need it. It's a waste." This exchange has been going on ever since she started working in this shop. She's itching to make a gun she's designed from scratch. So, she's basically asking me, someone who doesn't have custom-made stuff, to make one for her, meaning she's asking for funding. Even if I got custom-made stuff, I hardly use guns, so mass-produced ones are enough. TCH. I wanted to try out the new materials. Even though she's pouting, I thought her expression was quite cute. Just as we finished overhauling the gun, the shop door swung open with great force, and an obviously troublesome customer walked in. Chapter 43. Yuzoskan. "What are you doing here?" First to enter were several guys with decent attire, well-groomed hairstyles, but a slight thug vibe on their faces. Following them was a man who seemed like their boss. Presumably, they were noble offspring. Those who believed their father's status equals their own. They looked around the shop, glancing at the display screens. "Welcome. Is it for repairs? Or are you looking to buy?" Linda started to serve them in a normal way, since there was no need to complain if they were just going to buy something and leave. Ignoring Linda and staring at a particular item, the boss-like man pointed. "Hey, that one." "That's the Kasawa R78, a rare find." The item they were discussing was the Kasawa R78, an old military-grade heat ray gun displayed in a case along the wall behind the counter. Though its power wasn't high for a heat ray gun, it was highly praised for its accuracy, handling, stain resistance, and ease of maintenance. It was a popular gun, having served as the favorite weapon of the protagonist in a certain heist movie. "Hey, hand that over." "Don't worry, I'll pay. I'm generous." I don't understand why paying for a product is considered generous, but they seemed quite excited. Perhaps they were gun enthusiasts? Linda then explained. "I'm sorry. This is not for sale. It's just for display. As you can see, it's clearly marked as display not for sale." The boss-like man naturally raised his voice. "What?" I said I'd buy it. "What's the matter with you?" "That's why. It's for display, not for sale," Linda desperately explained, but there was no sign of him relenting. One of his entourage slammed an acrylic plate onto the counter. "This amateur, does he even know what he's dealing with?" I thought it wouldn't escalate to direct harm, but it seemed pretty dangerous, so I decided to intervene. Unexpectedly, the back door opened, and the shop owner appeared. "Sorry about this, customers." "Well, that one is completely broken, and I can't even repair it. It's just cleaned up and displayed." "Look." The owner opened the case containing the Kasawa R78, started disassembling the gun with tools, revealing its terrible condition: rusty, cracked parts, and a slightly bent barrel. Frankly, it was scrap. "Do you understand now? Originally, it's something that should only be displayed in a museum. That's why it's marked, display not for sale." "Still want it?" The noble-like boss trembled and shouted. "Who cares about this junk? Let's go," he yelled before storming out of the shop. "How dare they try to sell me something like that? I'll have them executed." The fact that he didn't yell this might indeed show some generosity. Linda breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, Dad. Seriously, let's stop displaying that thing." Annoyed, she appealed to her father. The father responded calmly, "What are you talking about? It's strange to want something clearly labeled as display only not for sale. Besides, if someone really wanted it, someone would still want it in this condition. So, when someone are willing to pay, I'll bring this out." With that, the dad pulled out a well-maintained, shiny Kasawa R78. "I really wish you'd stop soon because it might cause trouble someday." Linda sighed dramatically, and all I could do was sympathize. After finishing the gun maintenance, I went to the anime section, looked around, made some purchases, and as the sun began to set, I planned to have dinner and then head home. However, unexpectedly, I was honked at by an air car nearby. Wondering what it was about, I looked towards the source of the sound. "Oh, it's you, Zoskan. What are you doing here?" In that car was Schooner Noswile, the ace pilot of the Crystal Weed, a team in the planet race, who was far beyond the clouds, across the galaxy, on the other side of the screen. But for some reason, she seemed slightly surprised. "Long time no see, Noswile-san. I'm just on my way back from errands and shopping." I was quite surprised to meet her unexpectedly, but I answered her question. "Do you know that today is the joint alumni reunion?" With that question, I understood why she seemed surprised. "Yes, I got the invitation, but when I received it, I didn't know if I would finish work by today's scheduled date, so I declined. Besides, I don't have any friends I want to talk to after a long time." For me, it's a very ordinary reason. It's a common excuse used by working adults, the so-called work-related circumstances, and it's indeed a fact. Moreover, suddenly participating on the day of the event would cause inconvenience to the venue and the organizers. Noswile seemed to understand that. "I see. Well then, I'll take my leave." "Sure. Have a good time." "Oh, congratulations on winning the Star Cluster Cup." "Thank you." "See you." She smiled brightly and drove off. Well, she should have a good time at the alumni reunion. After all, she's the superstar of the planet race. There shouldn't be any trouble with topics or friends. Now, I need to get home quickly and read the new light novel I bought. Section Side, Schooner Noswile. The venue for the joint alumni reunion I headed to was the Grand Hall of the top-notch Hotel Spraz Hotel, one of the top 5 on the planet Yitz. Since it involved the entire 132nd graduating class of N high school, it was a considerable number, and the venue was already overflowing with people. "Oh, Lady Schooner has arrived." As soon as I entered the venue, I was immediately surrounded by women. "Congratulations on winning the Star Cluster Cup. Tell us about the pirate extermination at the gate. Is it true that you'll be in the Imperial Girls collection? That suit looks fantastic on you." Ha ha ha. In that situation, all I could do was smile politely. I've been tall since I was a child, and my height increased even more after entering middle school. By the time I graduated, I was already as tall as I am now. I never liked girls, but for some reason I was always popular with them. Even though I dressed like a girl, that didn't change. And I ended up being even more surrounded after that incident. There have been serious confessions from girls, but I don't have that kind of interest, so I turned them down. There have also been confessions from boys, but back then, I wasn't really interested in romance, so I remember turning them down. Even after becoming a racer, nothing changed. And 80% of my fan club consists of women. Even though I'm not a man, look closely, I'm wearing a skirt. Just like you girls, our genders are the same. Maybe Errol was right, and I should have worn a dress instead of a suit. While thinking about that, I interacted with the women, and a man approached me. "Hey, Noswile-san. I've been watching your performances." He wore an expensive suit with a tie, a strawberry blonde man by birth. I believe you were my classmate in the 3rd year." "Of course, I know his name, but I don't really want to say it. That's how much I dislike this guy." "But, because he's handsome and wealthy, he was quite popular even back then. It's a Roldich Iabulgas." "How forgetful of you." Iabulgas approached me with a smile and casually wrapped his arm around my shoulder. "I've been busy with races and training, so I don't have time to relax. That's why I try to forget unnecessary things." I gently grasped Iabulgas's arm, removed it from my body, and created some distance. "Well, then, you should take it easy today. I'll accompany you." Saying that, he leaned in closer. When I was about to slap him, a voice from the crowd interrupted. "Long time no see, Noswile-san." The cause wasn't Iabulgas's behavior, but Law Bernext, one of the 3 survivors who were forced into mercenaries like me, came up to me. "Greetings, Lieutenant." Ignoring Iabulgas, who had approached me, I walked towards Bernext. I don't have a very good impression of him either, but he's better than Iabulgas, who touches my body and seeks a relationship. Could you stop that for now? Aren't we classmates and comrades? Shouldn't you emphasize that as a military role model? That's harsh. He laughed awkwardly and closed the distance to a reasonable level. Seeing that, I noticed Highbulgers glaring at Burr next. You must be thinking, you're stealing my girl. To get out of this situation as soon as possible, I instinctively looked for my friends. I should have checked with them before taking attendance. Please be there. If they're not, it'll be the worst. Fortunately, I was able to find my friends without much trouble. Ronia. Long time no see, Schooner. Congratulations on winning the Star Cluster Cup. You seem to have done a great job with the pirate extermination before that. I just happened to get caught up in it. It's still amazing that you survived. One of my friends, Sharla Solrin, had white skin with black eyes. She had straight red hair that reached her back, and she wore a black suit with elegance. She had been an excellent student since school, and now she worked as a government official in the central administration of the capital. Hain. I heard you were amazing, Suchan. Shooting down pirates left and right. My friends were all swooning over you. Even my daughter. Another friend, Ronia Santric, married Modest Torlinis, a city hall employee 5 years her senior, and became Ronia Orlinis. She's now the mother of a 4-year-old girl and a 2-year-old boy. She normally wore her long brown hair in braids, and her white skin was slightly sun-kissed. Still, the cream-colored evening dress accentuated her cuteness. But I'm a girl. Blame your unnecessarily cool self. And not only that, you're wearing a suit in a color similar to your hair instead of a dress. With that, Sharla received drinks from the waiter and handed them to me and Ronia. But Sharla, you're cool too. And yet you were more popular with boys than girls. Even though both Sharla and I were considered cool in school, for some reason, she was popular with boys. If we're talking about being popular with boys, it's definitely Ronia. Confessions through love letters. She never stopped receiving those old-fashioned love letters written on paper. Even though she threw them all away. Well, there weren't any boys cooler than Suchan back then. Ronia drank her drink and chuckled as she looked at my face. But you got married early. Well, Mokan was cooler than Suchan. Ronia graduated from junior college and got married right away. I met her husband, Modest Torlinis, at the wedding. That bear-like guy. Well, he was certainly a nice and serious person. As Sharla said, he was muscular, taller than me, but I remember him having a kind face. Then, we heard an announcement about the alumni reunion. To all attendees, we are pleased to announce that the joint alumni reunion of the 132nd class of high school will begin now. Fortunately, I got to meet my friends this time, so I decided to forget about racing and ambitions just for today and enjoy a fun time with my friends. Chapter 44. It used to be rampant in the past, so we should be thankful to the past and present emperors. After encountering Mr. Noswile, I didn't suddenly get arrested in my room. So the next day, I went to the Mercenary Guild to look for work. Surprisingly, there were many requests for pirate suppression on the request board. I thought the military would be putting effort into suppressing them, but after looking at the details, I understood. Due to successive suppressions of major pirate groups, the activities of smaller ones became more noticeable. Among them, I chose a request for the suppression of pirates with a relatively low damage amount and seemingly not too dangerous, and handed it over to the old man Rones. Hey there, take care of the details of this. From the looks of it, it seems like there haven't been any return requests or suspicions of theft. Mr. Rones handed over detailed information with a smirk. It seems they have been spotted in the nearby Bosalus space, causing damages of around 3.6 million credits so far. And there are 2 pirates involved. The fact that they haven't killed the crew is A+. It would be unbearable to be arrested without being on the scene. And asking for a refund of the reward is an unreasonable request too. It used to be rampant in the past, so we should be thankful to the past and present emperors. The old man Roan seemed to be saying this seriously. Empress Amelia Frandel Ovals, also known as the Emperor of Beauties, the 38th Emperor, is popular not just because she is beautiful. With the information obtained, I made various preparations before heading to the Bosalus space to gather more information. In this Bosalus space, There are many planets unsuitable for human habitation due to toxic gases, raining melted lead, and constant supersonic storms. Therefore, in orbit around these planets, there are supply facilities known as service areas, which are old colonies, former military bases, and modified large asteroids. Legitimate long-haul truck arrest stops are commonly used by mercenaries gone rogue and criminals as hideouts. The planet Rifts, within that category, is mostly made of rocks, with almost its entire atmosphere being methane gas. The surface temperature of the planet reaches -200 degrees Celsius, and there's a constant storm blowing at a speed of 600 kilometers per hour. Although it appears as a beautiful blue star from space, humans never set foot on it. The service area, Domilsa, located in its satellite orbit, is a relatively decent service area used by relatively decent folks. When gathering information in places like this, it's most efficient and safe to talk to delivery drivers. Of course, it depends on the situation, but if you inquire with a bar owner or a mercenary, information might leak to the target, and in severe cases, they might come after you. While information from delivery drivers can also leak, the probability is much lower. After parking my ship at the Domilsa docking area, I headed to the vending machine near the corner of the docking area where delivery drivers were gathering. There, 3 middle-aged guys who seemed like veterans were leisurely enjoying their cigarettes. "Hey there." "Hey, good job today." I joined their circle, exuding an atmosphere like a delivery driver, took a sip of coffee, and let out a big sigh. Now, as I pondered how to get information, the guys began to complain about something. "Lately, the military's putting a lot of effort into pirate extermination. That's a good thing. Thanks to that, we can do our jobs safely." "Well, you see, it seems to be increasing again recently. The scale is small, though." "Are the remnants of the exterminated guys trying to set up their own thing?" "There's one around here too." "Tessa, was it? That toxic salt planet. They appear around there, at a place like that?" "They probably have a hideout nearby." "What I heard is that a pretty big pirate gang got attacked around the Tassa area." "Even though the military is patrolling around, maybe that's why they're patrolling?" "Like, to run away?" "Either way, it's dangerous." The planet mentioned in the conversation just now is known as Planet Tassa, also called the planet of poison salt. It has oceans, but the salinity is an astounding 55%. Moreover, the atmosphere consists of hydrogen, oxygen, and sodium chloride. So the land is completely white with salt, and the salt has an unknown toxicity, rendering it currently useless. While it might seem like you can breathe because there's oxygen, there's no nitrogen. And with 40% oxygen, the body oxidizes rapidly. Anyway, now that we've figured out the approximate location of pirate appearances from the previous conversation, I'm thinking about how to move away next. When? "Oh, is it that time already?" "Bro, you should rest a bit more." Rest is crucial for long distances. Once the old man and the others finished their break, they put out their cigarettes and headed back to their ship. Just the information from earlier was enough, so after seeing off the delivery guys, I was accosted by robbers on my way back to my own ship. "Hey, hand over the money." The assailant was a thin boy, around 12 to 13 years old judging by his appearance, brandishing an electromagnetic knife to intimidate me. In cases like this, it's common sense to fight back if you can. It's not just about money. Losing your life would be unbearable. I said, "Hand over the money." "Do you want to die?" The boy's screaming and shouting gave away his lack of experience. So, I demonstrated my unpracticed quick draw and shot the robber boy in the stomach. Though I had reduced the power, it was still quite painful, perhaps due to the explosive force. As expected, the robber boy couldn't even scream from the pain. His skin must have blistered for sure. "Hello, police. I've been robbed at the service area of Planet Trifus, Domilsa." "Yes." "Oh, I see. All right. I'll keep him immobilized." "Thank you." I stepped on the electromagnetic knife of the young robber and kept the gun pointed at him while contacting the police. Fortunately, there seemed to be a police ship nearby docked, and they said they would come to pick him up right away. Don't move. If you do, I'll shoot." The young robber finally seemed able to speak. "Of course, I kept my guard up and the gun pointed at him. The young robber glared at me with resentment. But who did the bad thing first? Damn. Why did someone like you, a fatso? I'm a mercenary, you know. I've learned some self-defense methods. My shooting skills aren't that great, so I'm holding back the power. It's tough if I miss. That's why you're still alive. If I were merciless, you'd already be dead, you know? At that moment, he jumped towards the foot that was on the electromagnetic knife, so I moved the foot away from the knife, dodged to the right, took some distance, and shot him 3 times in the side, around the arm. Those 3 shots hit his right arm, left shoulder, and the floor as he tried to pick up the electromagnetic knife. I told you I'd shoot if you moved, didn't I? I picked up the electromagnetic knife, kept the gun pointed at the crouching young robber without lowering my guard, and waited for the police to arrive. If I were a protagonist like Arthur, I might have had a conversation with him afterwards, or if he were an orphan, I might have taken responsibility for him. But I don't do those things, nor do I want to. Finally, the police officers and the capture droid arrived. Of course, there's no bounty on a kid like this, and he's not a target pirate. Honestly, what a nuisance. Just as soon as I had the gun serviced and cleaned, this happens. How unlucky. Chapter 45. Here's the Galactic Empire Fleet, Second Fleet. Currently, we are on a large-scale pirate hunt. Are you a mercenary chasing after them? Withdraw immediately. They are our prey. After handing over the teenage robber to the police, I spent the night at this service area and headed towards the toxic salt planet Tassa the next morning. With no nearby gates, I had to navigate manually, so I left the ship on autopilot and read the light novel I brought along. Around midday, an unexpected call interrupted my solitude. I could count the acquaintances who would contact me on one hand, so I checked the incoming transmission. To my surprise, it was the Imperial Fleet. This is the civilian ship Patchwork. What business does the Imperial Fleet have with me? A rugged middle-aged military man appeared on the screen. This is the Galactic Empire Fleet, Second Fleet. We are currently searching for a large-scale pirate gang. Are you a mercenary pursuing them? Withdraw immediately. They are our prey. Their tone was high and mighty, but it seemed they were here for pirate extermination. The message conveyed a warning not to interfere with their mission, but it appeared they were after different pirates than the ones I was looking for. By the way, the Galactic Empire Fleet, Second Fleet, was the same Central Fleet's punitive force that had helped me before. The commanders and officers of this Central Fleet were almost 100% nobility, known for their aristocratic attitudes and thinking. Despite not revealing my identity, they assumed I was a mercenary involved in pirate hunting. I decided to answer truthfully to avoid any complications later on, but then, I have to be careful about my wording. I don't want to be criticized for my wording, and be fine or called disrespectful. Well, that's okay. I'm looking for small fry here. Probably just a coincidence that their hideout or escape route aligns with the direction. If you have information, disclose it. If not, consider yourself an accomplice of the pirates. So, I was careful with my language, but it seemed fine. I don't have any significant information. Just some rumors about pirates, both big and small, showing up around the poisoned salt planet Tassa. I'm heading there now to gather more information. I didn't hide anything. There was no need to. If they accuse me of lying or demand more useful information, there's not much I can do. Seems like it's not a lie. If you get information about a large pirate group, report it to the military promptly. Understood, but it didn't seem to be that serious. Thinking calmly, someone like me wouldn't single-handedly target a pirate group of that scale. Was there some urgency or situation I wasn't aware of? Either way, it wasn't something I needed to worry about. To avoid complications, I let the fleet go ahead and then set course for the Tassa system. When I arrived at the service area, Lutita, on the planet Tassa, it was already evening. Tassa, known as their poison salt planet, looked beautiful from space, reflecting the light from distant stars, sparkling in white. Because of its beauty, it was a popular destination for tourists to witness this spectacle. As a result, the military and police patrolled frequently. However, the gathering of people also made it a target for pirates. Recently, With the suppression of large pirate groups, smaller ones had multiplied. Ironically, whether due to that or not, various ships, including delivery vessels, were parked in significant numbers. It seemed like they were stranded, possibly due to pirate activities. To confirm this, I headed to the tavern where many people, including what seemed to be delivery workers, had gathered. In a tavern with an interior so old that it might have been built around the time of the Empire's founding, or even before, the tables and chairs were made of real wood. I took a seat at an empty table near the deliveryman and ordered a beer. I don't particularly like alcohol, but one drink wouldn't hurt. As I listened to their conversation, I heard some interesting things. Can you believe it? Forming a fleet as deliveryman. This way, it won't be easy for anyone to mess with us. But didn't Juro run into pirates the other day and got his cargo stolen? I heard those pirates were just a duo. With our numbers, we could easily take them down. That's right. We'll swarm them like bees. It seemed they had decided to form a fleet for transportation. Indeed, it would make them less vulnerable to attacks. And even if they had a beam for breaking rocks, they wouldn't stand a chance against concentrated firepower. They might have combat ships for escort, or there might be former military personnel or mercenaries among the deliverymen. Considering such risks, it would be wise not for small-scale pirates to attack. But in the case of large-scale pirates, the cargo would be the ones in trouble, as the pirates were likely more skilled. Still, they were talking big, even with alcohol in their system. I couldn't decide if it was better to report to the military or not. So, for now, I approached the apparent leader of the deliverymen, pretending to be a traveler. "Excuse me, are you all heading to the planet Nakalma?" "Yeah, but what about you?" "I've been traveling alone, but I've heard there are pirates around here, so I'd like to stick together if possible. Is that okay?" "Sure, the more the merrier." "Strength in numbers, you know." "There are plenty of others who have the same idea as you, but we're leaving tomorrow morning at 6. Don't be late. If you're late, we're leaving without you." "Thank you so much." "I appreciate it. This might be bad." I initially thought about acting together and gauging the reaction of the pirates, whether they were large-scale or small-scale, but this is bad. If it were just a fleet of deliverymen, it might be fine, but with a mix of people, there's a possibility that some of them could be pirate associates. It would be okay if it were just the two of us, but if it's the large-scale group, there's absolutely no chance of winning. Even if I tell them to stop, they probably won't. For now, I'll take a break and contact the Imperial Army. After paying for the beer, I left the shop and returned to the ship to contact the Imperial Army. "Yes, this is the Galactic Empire Army Information Bureau. What can I do for you?" The screen displayed a beautiful android. Moreover, she was smiling and providing mechanical responses, making it very easy to talk to her. It's much better than being greeted by a flesh and blood woman with an obviously displeased expression. I actually made contact with the second fleet of the Central Fleet Suppression Unit while on my way to planet Tassa, and I was instructed to report if there's any information regarding the large-scale pirate group they're pursuing. So, I'm reporting the contact. "Thank you. Please provide the details of the information." "Yes. Currently, I'm at the service area of planet Tassa, and a fleet primarily composed of deliverymen is being assembled from there the next morning. There's a possibility that a contact person from the large-scale pirate group might be among them. Their destination is planet Nakalma. It's not confirmed, but can I convey that information?" "Understood. We appreciate your information sharing." With this, well, even if joining forces is impossible, the military'll probably come to the nearby space. Chapter 46. First, let's arrange ourselves in the agreed formation. If we do that, pirates won't be so scary. Once we pull them in, we can repel them to some extent with simultaneous firing. The next morning, I was surprised to see the gathered fleet. I didn't know where they came from, but nearly 150 cargo and civilian ships crowded near the service area of the planet Tassa. There were probably some mercenaries mixed in as well. Indeed, this might make hesitant folks think twice before making a move, but against professional and large-scale pirate gangs, it wouldn't be effective. They were experts in combat and plunder, with equipment far superior to ours. If they had a skilled commander, They could be more terrifying than a mediocre army. If mercenaries coordinated like in the previous escort request from the Nemus Trading Company, it might work. However, in the current situation, just gathering wouldn't contribute much to the overall firepower. I should have contacted the Mercenary Guild first. Well, it was probably just a whim, and considering the delivery deadline, there wasn't much time for that. Soon, the initiator of the fleet called out, "Thanks for gathering in response to our call. With this many ships, it won't be easy for pirates to attack, but we never know when they might strike. Be vigilant, and let's move swiftly to our destination, the planet Nakayama. Now, let's depart from the front." And so, the caravan set off. The destination, the planet Nakayama, was about 2 days away. I positioned myself as high as possible in the fleet, activating my radar. For a while, or rather, on the first day, everything progressed without any incidents. During the night in Galactic Standard Time, humans from the larger ships took turns on watch. I thought there might be something happening during those times, but nothing occurred. The next morning passed without any incidents. The fleet continued smoothly. However, a disturbance occurred just after noon that day. 2 small vessels from the fleet suddenly broke away. In that moment, I couldn't determine if they were going after the big target pursued by the second fleet or the smaller one I was chasing. It could be either, or perhaps both. The people in the fleet seemed puzzled or unresponsive. The vessels that broke away probably understood this and were taking advantage of a bit of negligence. It seemed like a good opportunity to ambush those 2 small ships. However, I couldn't yet confirm if they were indeed pirates. At that moment, my ship's radar picked up multiple responses. Of course, all from unidentified ships. Large fleet approaching, probably pirates. Normal ships don't hide their registrations. If every ship in that fleet was concealing its registration, it undoubtedly meant they were pirates. Hey, is that true? I'm sure of it. We confirm it on our radar too. No mistake. Pirates. Distance, 1.8 billion kilometer. The communications officer on a larger ship provided additional information. With that, panic spread among the fleet. Then, a young man's voice echoed, and a video feed appeared. Calm down. First, stay calm and report to the police and the military. If we handle this calmly, we can survive. It was obviously a template line to suppress the panic, but it calmed the panic considerably. Follow the predetermined formation, and we won't be afraid of pirates. By pulling them in and then firing all at once, we can repel the pirates to some extent. And spurred on by the man's words, the fleet neatly arranged itself around the leader's ship like an umbrella. Apparently, there had been some agreement made without my knowledge. As expected of a mercenary of bishop rank. Reliable. It seemed the initiator of the fleet was the employer, someone from a different branch whom I had never seen before. Honestly, I thought it would be best to escape immediately, but pirates were faster, and resisting even a little would undoubtedly buy time until reinforcements arrived. Considering that, this man's proposal for interception didn't seem like such a bad idea after all. The man continued further. However, I can't do this alone. Those mercenaries and fighters in the fleet need to cooperate. Please join me in intercepting them, up to the position where those 2 aircraft attempted the interception earlier. And 6 aircraft emerged. With that, including myself and the 2 aircraft that attempted the interception earlier, the bishop-ranked man included, we now had a total of 10 aircraft. From the members, it seemed that both pilots of the 2 aircraft I suspected as pirates were women. As for the reason, both were dressed similarly and had very similar faces. They were probably sisters. That was close. If a large pirate fleet hadn't come, and I had attacked those 2, even if they turned out to be pirates, I would have been seen as the villain. The world always favors the beautiful. Since the initial information I received didn't include the appearance of the pirates, I decided to ask Mr. Rones for additional information through communication just to be sure. Suddenly, a confidential line, only for those 10 aircraft, came from the bishop-ranked man. From here on, this is a secret conversation between us. There's probably a pirate liaison within that fleet. We can't let them know our plan. The mercenaries might all understand the situation, But what about the presumed pirate sisters? Since they're pirates, they might agree to the proposal of dividing the loot. I don't have time for introductions. I have a plan, so listen up. When the fleet's ships open fire, they should split into two groups. We'll engage them there. Then, two ships will flank them from behind. It's a textbook tactic, but effective. It's indeed a tactic that even I could come up with, and it's a good move. Well, the pirates probably understand that much too, and the problem lies in, I need someone to flank the enemy from behind. The role is to flank the enemy. The idea is to sneak around to their rear while they're distracted. But if caught, there's a higher risk of getting sunk. I want you on that light brown ship. You're probably a knight, right? Even though I didn't introduce myself as a mercenary, they assumed I was and assigned me a role. The face of the bishop-level man at that moment resembled a stuck-up popular kid from my school days. Yeah, got it, but someone has to do the job, so there's no reason to refuse. Plus, there's no doubt I'm a knight. Right, then I'm counting on you. And you, Bato. Can I rely on you? You bet. I'll take them down for sure. The bishop-level man seemed displeased with my quick response. He probably intended to scold me for being demanding, like don't be selfish when everyone's lives are on the line. Seeing him address the others by name even though I hadn't introduced myself suggests that the other 6 might be his fellow bishops. Then you two, head towards us when the cannon fire starts. The remaining members, split evenly and intercept the pirates in the direction they split. And so, the stalling tactic began until the arrival of the Imperial Army and the police. Chapter 47, Listen up, you prey, we're not afraid of crying children. Now, open fire. After the somewhat dubious strategy meeting concluded, the pirates finally closed in. Pirates of various sizes, mixed with their flags, were heading towards us, glaring as if sizing us up. All right, everyone, calm down. Pull them in well, and when I give the signal, start firing. A man of bishop rank encouraged and instructed the fleet members. After a few minutes of silence, an open channel communication came from the pirates. Listen well, you prey, we're not afraid of crying children. Now, open fire. In the middle of the pirate boss's speech, the simultaneous firing started with the signal from the bishop-ranked man. Even though it was a beam for rock destruction, the simultaneous shots from nearly 150 ships looked like a rain of light. Those at the forefront, perhaps due to complacency, were impressively hit and sunk. Taking advantage of the pirates' surprise at the situation, the mercenary named Bato and I successfully flanked them. However, the actual attack needed to happen after they split into separate groups, 2 or 3 steps later. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Darn it. They're messing with us. Flank them from the sides. As expected, the pirates split into 2 groups. Even though that pirate left the communication channel open, leaking our strategy, it seemed okay. Anyway, now that the pirates split, there was only one thing to do. All right. I'll take the right, where the flagship is. You take the left. Got it. With that, almost simultaneously, we fired a positron torpedo at the rear ship, which spectacularly exploded. Now, go. With that signal, 8 ships on the fleet's side launched a coordinated attack, initiating a simultaneous firing of the fleet's rock destruction beams in 2 separate waves. Could we win if we kept pressing? I thought so, but it wasn't that easy. Despite the last ship being heavily damaged, the pirates regrouped, set up a barrier on their large ship, and slowly approached the fleet, using it as a shield. Of course, there was a countermeasure for this. Simply retreat while continuously firing the rock destruction beam. However, that would only be a stalling tactic. The bishop-ranked man was managing to inspire and hold the fleet together, but it was only a matter of time. Moreover, a spy from the pirate gang infiltrated this fleet, and they might take some action. Just when I thought it was getting tough, a heat source approached from above the pirates. So, I quickly distanced myself from the pirates. Thanks to that heat source, the pirates' ships were systematically destroyed. Undoubtedly, it was a simultaneous firing from the fleet, and without missing a beat. To the pirates, we are the Galactic Empire Fleet, Second Fleet. If you resist, will turn you into cosmic dust with another strike. Choose resistance or surrender, whichever you like." A young man, likely the fleet commander, issued a warning to the pirates. It seems they listened to my reports and the fleet's distress calls. However, engaging in artillery fire without notifying us was quite harsh. If my response had been delayed, it could have been disastrous. This seems to be a significant difference from the 7th Fleet, which properly notifies. Soon after, the police arrived, and the pirates were all apprehended. The 2nd Fleet delegated all handling to the police and quickly left the scene. The police divided their actions into escorting and arresting the captured pirates, dealing with the wreckage on site, and leading and guarding the fleet. The reason for the escort was that there might be remnants of the pirates, posing a potential threat. Usually, this would be the military's job, but things seemed different here. After half a day of travel, we reached the planet Nakayama. In the lobby of the spaceport, the leader of the fleet came to thank the 10 of us who had engaged in combat. "Thank you all. We never thought we could stand up to pirates like that." The leader seemed excited, feeling that they had somehow intimidated the pirates. "As escorts, we're only expecting a reward, you know." "Of course, expect away." The leader shook hands with the higher-ranking man, seemingly satisfied. Then, he approached me and the suspected pirate sisters. "Also, for you two, we're a bit short on resources, so please accept this small amount." He handed us an envelope containing 200,000 credits in cash. "Thank you very much." "Well, it's better than nothing." "Don't be rude, Shira." The suspected pirate sisters confidently accepted the envelope, checking its contents. Now, as I contemplated how to identify them as pirates, "Well, I'd say we're done here." One of the companions of the higher-ranking man restrained the pirate sisters. "What are you doing?" "Let go." "No, please, release us." "Shut up." "Pirates like you. I let it slide earlier because it was an emergency, but now that you're confirmed pirates, there's no mercy." "Where's the evidence for that?" "Ouch. That hurts." The pirate sisters glared at the higher-ranking man, but he and his companions stared back sternly. They even confiscated the sisters' envelope. "They're quite malicious." Probably left them alone until they received their reward in their own pockets. While I could confirm their appearance with additional information from Mr. Rones, I was curious about how they identified the sisters as pirates. "There's something we must do, no matter what." "Hey, can I ask something?" "What now?" The high-ranking man, annoyed by my interruption, directed his gaze at me. "What's the reason for concluding that they are pirates?" "The victims have been identified by an acquaintance of the client," said the bishop-ranked man, as a young man stepped forward, glaring at the suspected pirate sisters. "Because of you two stealing my cargo, I went through hell," he yelled. The older sister rolled her eyes, while the younger glared back at the man, clearly displeased. From their reactions, there was no doubt they were the victims. "I see." "So, have the victims contacted the Mercenary Guild?" "No, they didn't have the money for it, so, the request I received must have been made by someone else." Now that we had this information, the rest was easy. They probably wouldn't question whether the bishop-ranked man and his group had targeted the same people I had, and it would be less troublesome to let them take credit. Just then, the other side piped up. "What's with you? Trying to steal the glory?" The bishop-ranked man sneered at me. "Well, that was predictable. I wouldn't do such a thing. I was investigating various leads to apprehend those two, and during a major pirate attack, I spotted them. However, since it wasn't confirmed, I didn't capture them. You, on the other hand, confirmed them as pirates and captured them. In such cases, it's considered a capture due to external factors, so the request I received is invalidated, and there's no penalty. The bounty that was placed on them will be paid to the captor. It's just a matter of smoothing things over." "Surely, as a bishop-ranked individual, you're aware of this?" "Unless I had directly intervened and stolen the credit right in front of them, they wouldn't know that I had been tracking those sisters, and I had intended to confirm and capture them after this meeting disbanded. So, if it came to this, there was nothing I could do." "You said you received a request? Are you a mercenary?" the bishop-ranked man asked, looking flustered. Yes, I belong to a different branch from you all. By the way, do you know about the procedures for capture due to external factors that I mentioned earlier? Oh, right. That's it. Proceed with that. Clearly, he didn't know about it. Anyway, I contacted the Mercenary Guild and the police. All right. Procedures are complete. Please report to your guild and receive your reward. The police are also. Here they are. Surprisingly, the police arrived promptly. They were probably officers who had been on guard duty. The early arrival of the police led to the immediate arrest of the pirate sisters. The pirate sisters protested loudly, but there was no way they could escape. Then, the bishop-ranked man's companions glared at me with expressions that said, "You had to meddle, didn't you?" They probably intended to have some fun with the pirate sisters among themselves. They might have planned to hand them over to the police later or even sell them off. It's definitely a crime, and depending on the situation, harboring them could be considered aiding and abetting a fugitive. But they probably don't understand that. And are they really bishop class? Before that, it's questionable whether they're even mercenaries. Well, I won't pursue it, though, and completely unaware of such things. Just give up, Chloe. Being caught by a guy like that otaku is much better than the alternative. Yes, it's more reassuring to have a somewhat handsome guy around, isn't it, Sister Shira? Chloe, what do you mean by that? Eek. Sorry, Sister Shira. The beautiful pirate sisters seemed extremely relieved that they hadn't been caught by me. Well then, I'll be off. Saying so, I left the scene. It's better to escape quickly before getting tangled up in anything unnecessary. Section Side, Bishop Class Squad. Inside the cargo hold of a large freighter, 7 individuals were celebrating with glasses of alcohol in hand. We pulled it off nicely, didn't we? Those pirates were really idiots. If that damn otaku hadn't gotten in the way, we could have enjoyed some extra spoils. But seriously, that otaku guy was actually a mercenary. As they chatted among themselves, the image on the monitor in the room suddenly changed. Well done. Upon seeing that, they stood up and saluted. The plan you proposed this time, using civilians as decoys to feed false information to the pirates, engaging them in combat, and then sweeping them up when they're weakened, went smoothly. Return and await further instructions. The young man on the monitor conveyed only that before attempting to end the communication. Give us a break, will you? We missed out on the bonus too. One of the men conveyed the request, but don't do anything unnecessary. Just follow orders from above obediently. The young man frowned and promptly cut off the communication. Then, a glass was thrown at the monitor. Damn it. Acting all high and mighty just because you're a commander thanks to your parents. Hey, let's go kill that damn otaku for some stress relief. Calm down. They vented their anger and suggested ways to relieve stress, but the bishop-level man admonished them. Stop making conspicuous moves. Besides, for now, let them boast all they want. Not now. At the words of the bishop-level man, everyone regained their composure and smirked defiantly. Chapter 48 Unpleasant Story. The request to capture the beautiful pirate sisters got messed up due to interference, but I was lucky to quickly return to Yitz without getting tangled up with those who caused the interference. I thought those bishop-class guys might hold a grudge against me for not enjoying the beautiful pirate sisters, and I expected some kind of attack, but that didn't happen. Relieved by that, I parked the ship in the docking area and headed to the reception, but still, I can't help but wonder if those guys are lurking around. Hey, seems like the request was a failure. When I greeted him, Mr. Owens grinned and turned towards me. It's not a failure, it's invalid. Someone who didn't take the request just happened to catch them. I made sure to report it properly. Just kidding, but why didn't you say they were your catch? It wasn't confirmed yet, and they were a troublesome bunch. Typical of you, Mr. Owens. Now showing his teeth, laughed. By the way, I've already received the reward, so there's nothing to feel guilty about. As I was about to choose another job, a figure suddenly appeared. Oh, Yuzos-san, perfect timing. The one who appeared was the incredibly beautiful receptionist Alphonse Zeistol. What is it? Is there something on my face? Nothing at all. Please don't talk to me. I didn't do anything. As I mentioned earlier, just having a work conversation with him, the incredibly beautiful receptionist, brings jealousy and hostility from those around us. Perhaps sensing that, Mr. Owen spoke to Zystole. By the way, does he have something to do with this? Yes, it's not just for Sir Uzos, but we received this request recently. Zystole showed me some visual documents. What is this? Request for reinforcement of anti-terrorist forces in the Counterattack territory planet, Dura, due to on-planet combat. Isn't this the most important case? It's a request for combat on the planet's surface. Counterattack, the ruler, is a current loyalist to the Emperor, and the lives of his subjects were peaceful. However, a resistance group called the Righteous Ones suddenly appeared, opposing the Emperor, occupying energy plants and industrial zones. The content was typical of a mercenary job, participating in combat. But it wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. What if that Count was up to something shady behind the scenes? Or his son do something? There are plenty of nobles who act like saints on the surface but have skeletons in their closets. There are no rumors of wrongdoing. He seems to be a somewhat eccentric individual. Could that strong quirk be the real issue? Or am I just imagining things? Also, wouldn't something like this normally be handled by the military? Especially for such a crucial point in the Empire's energy supply. They did request military assistance, but they want to handle it swiftly in case the anti-Emperor faction interferes. Not a pleasant situation. Why is this particular request being so heavily emphasized? As mentioned earlier, it's because the planet Dura is the most critical point in the Empire's energy supply. Dura was considered an empty planet during the era of the Neck-Earlma Star Kingdom before becoming part of the Empire. No development occurred, and the rulers abandoned it without defending when the Empire invaded. Even when the Empire was invaded, the rulers at the time were so willing to abandon it, allowing the residents to be killed without defending them. It was the Count of Ikarai, whose family, then barons, had been bestowed upon by His Grace's grandfather, the Emperor 4 generations before the present, who had been developing it ever since and improving the lives of the residents, with full-scale planet exploration starting 40 years ago. After 5 years of exploration, the discovery of tritium veins, energy minerals, became a famous story even in the Empire's history textbooks. Tritium ore, after being dissolved and refined to remove impurities, turns into beautiful orange crystals. To further refine this, the energy fuel needed for functions such as maintaining urban infrastructure and transportation comes from dissolving it. According to the investigation, the planet Dura has enough tritium ore to cover the energy needs of the entire Galactic Empire for about 10,000 years. It's a big deal because terrorists have targeted it. Once the information is sorted and verified, there should be an immediate broadcast. This time, there won't be any provision of forces to fight the terrorists. That's obvious. What will you do? Will you accept? Mr. Owens asked, handing over the visual documents. I have some experience in combat within the atmosphere, but it's not extensive, so I'm not very confident. Plus, there's a nagging feeling that it might somehow be related to the feud between noble factions. However, not having to fight other mercenaries is mentally easier, and above all, since it will affect our future lives, I can't afford not to accept. But still, my way is not to accept until I've investigated. For now, let's think about it a bit more. There's still time for registration, right? I said, leaving the guild office. After leaving the guild, I headed to the Patterson dispensing pharmacy to gather information. The atmosphere in the black market shopping district was the same as usual, and it seems that the butcher didn't have any new products this time. Upon arriving at the Patterson dispensing pharmacy, however, there was a sign on the door saying temporarily closed. Of course, even when I rang the doorbell at his home, there was no answer, so I used the wristband-type device to communicate, and a tired voice answered the phone. "Hey, it's rare for you to call." "What's up?" he said, sounding a bit tired. "I'm in front of your store right now." "What's with the temporary closure?" I asked. Perhaps he had some sort of physical injury? "Oh, it's because of a meeting of the pharmacists' union. I got stuck with being the moderator this time. It's just going to be long-winded speeches from the old folks anyway, but if I refuse, There are rumors of getting my qualifications revoked. But without such worries, he complained with an incredibly reluctant expression, as if asking for help. He may act cool most of the time, but he's surprisingly weak to pressure. Anyway, it's impossible to help him. When it comes to combat, sure. But when it's a matter of duty, it's impossible. I'm completely unrelated to him, you see. Damn, it's tough. And to top it off, there's even this old guy who touches my butt while saying stuff like, "From now on, can I rely on you exclusively?" Ugh. Really tough. If people knew what he's like inside, Gonzalez would look quite the handsome pharmacist, with his glasses and all. Gonzalez obtained his pharmacist license after the accident at university. Normally, a whole-body entity is made to resemble the original person during their lifetime. Even if the appearance is changed, the gender usually remains the same. So, for those old guys, Gonzalez is naturally a beautiful pharmacist with glasses. If they knew he was a man on the inside, he might escape the exclusive hosting duties, but his pharmacist license could be at risk. So, maybe ask the fortune-telling granny for some information. Got it? Well, good luck. Man, I really don't want to, Gonzalez muttered reluctantly as he ended the call. I'll treat him to some merchandise next time we meet. Chapter 49. Just do your best not to die, okay? After leaving the Patterson Pharmacy, I headed towards a corner of the bustling city where the Fortune Tower stood. Navigating the maze-like interior of the building as usual, I entered a shop with only the sign, Crystal Ball Fortune Telling. Inside, there was a space covered with a long, deep green carpet to muffle footsteps, and a table with a dark purple cloth placed on top. Beyond that, there was an old woman with a slightly hawkish nose, dressed in a grey robe with a hood, looking like a witch, and she grinned at me. Welcome, it's been a while. While it might be a business smile from the old woman's perspective, it only evoked fear on my end. Suppressing that feeling, I greeted her for now. You seem to be doing well as always. I still take care of my appearance for beauty. However, at this age, you start to feel aches and pains. I'm thinking of undergoing a full-body transformation next time to rejuvenate myself. A full-body transformation isn't allowed unless there's a life-threatening accident or a serious illness, right? There's a loophole there. I have various acquaintances, you know. She grinned, and it became clear that my attempt to stop her Oasis-like ambitions was futile. For now, give me the information. So, to handle the main business, I placed the envelope on the table. It's about terrorism on the Counterattack's planet Dura. Please wait a moment. Even though I didn't mention what information I was looking for, she seemed to understand. Well, it might be just easy for me to understand. The old woman tucked the envelope into her bosom, waved her hand over the crystal ball, muttered an incantation, and began staring at the crystal ball for a while. There doesn't seem to be much bad gossip about Count Ikara and his son. Well, the son has a bit of an arrogant attitude, and the Count himself has an unappealing appearance. That's about it. I heard he has some peculiar habits? I inquired, curious about what Zeistol had mentioned. Even though I come from a distinguished noble lineage, it doesn't seem that way. So, what's it like? If you want to know, take on the job. I was brushed off casually. Got it. And what about the terrorists? The main claim is something like, the Emperor monopolizing crucial energy resources and greedily profiting, is wrong. The emperors from the past to the present haven't done anything like that, though. Furthermore, it's worth mentioning that the discovery of tritium ore on the planet Dura happened during the reign of the previous emperor, and there's no factual evidence of monopolizing and greedy profiting. But you never know what's happening behind the scenes. Maybe these guys are from the neighboring Neck-Ilma Star Kingdom. The Neck-Ilma Star Kingdom is the neighboring country of the Empire. About 100 years ago, they started a war, and when they were about to lose, they handed over part of their territory, allowing the Empire to establish colonies. During the rule of the Neck-Ilma Star Kingdom, the development of planet Dura was neglected. They didn't provide any financial assistance and left it untouched. Moreover, they were discriminated against by people from other stars, calling them country bumpkins and primitives. And when the Empire invaded, it was abandoned without defense, and as part of the peace treaty, It was easily handed over. They just dumped unwanted things. Yet, as soon as they realized the planet could be developed, and a huge amount of money could be obtained, they suddenly claimed, "That planet originally belongs to the Neck-Earlma Star Kingdom, so let's take it back." The old woman spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, narrating the history of planet Dura. Her expression seemed to contain anger, but I chose not to ask. "So, does that mean the people of planet Dura are cooperating with the terrorists? It's impossible, ain't it?" Choosing between the Neck-Earlma Star Kingdom, where they've been neglected, discriminated against, and treated like sacrifices, and the imperial aristocrat, Count Ikarai, who invests in development and provides us with a prosperous life, is a no-brainer. Plus, unlike the current empire, where the efforts of the previous and current emperors have slowly improved the consciousness of nobles and purebred imperial citizens, the Neck-Earlma Star Kingdom is just as foolish as the past empire. The people of Tura will not only have all their possessions taken away but will also be treated as slaves. Well, thanks to that, the current empire seems somewhat better. It's a pretty tough situation, but it seems unlikely that the locals would turn against us. Well, it's dangerous if our energy supply decreases. Even I, with my limited intelligence, can understand that it would be bad if the planet Tura were to be taken over by the Neck-Earlma Star Kingdom. Just do your best not to die, the old lady chuckled. I just want her to stop for now. Anyway, I went home that day and decided to take a rest. On the evening news, the terrorist attack in Count Ikarai's territory was already being reported. With all this fuss, you'd think the anti-emperor faction wouldn't be able to cause any trouble openly, but I'm not sure about that. On TV, cultural figures were eagerly speculating about the impact of this terrorist attack on energy supply, the identity of the terrorists, and other topics. The next day I received a request and immediately headed to the planet Dura, which is Count Ikarai's territory. The spaceport was crowded with quite a few ships, all waiting for permission to land on the surface. I received a queue ticket via data, but it seemed like I'd be waiting for quite a while, so I decided to read the light novel I brought along. It was the latest volume of I Was Reincarnated as a Campavn. Got a problem with that? Just as I was about to prepare some coffee from my thermos, a call came in. It was someone I'd rather not hear from. "Hello. Long time no see, Captain Uzos. What do you need, Rossis?" "Just wanted to say hello since we're going to the same battlefield." From her expression and tone of voice on the screen, I could tell she was oddly cheerful. It's frustrating that I can somehow imagine the reason behind it. Still, if Rossis is here, it's as good as victory, but I can't afford to let my guard down. "You seem unusually cheerful." "Did something good happen?" "Yes. My android prototype, which will be my clone body, is finally completed." I had a feeling that was the case, but honestly, that's the worst news possible. Even though it's called an android, it's a hybrid of machinery and organic material. It looks just like a real human and even functions like one. It can eat and perform other human functions. It's equipped with top-of-the-line specs. With this, I won't be bored during downtime anymore. "Well, I haven't received it yet, though." She happily explained the specs of her clone, and I replied, "Congratulations." "Thank you. Once this mission is over, I'll finally receive it." That's definitely a death flag if I've ever heard one from a human. But really, does she, originally a combat pilot, need things like food and those functions? It's a mystery, but I guess that's just how advanced ancient civilization artificial intelligence is. By the way, now that Rossis's clone is completed, what will happen to Lambert Riogrades, also known as Ikari? Speaking of which, what will happen to Lambert Riogrades once you receive it? I've been wanting to put a competent human in charge for a while now, but now that she has her clone, what use does he have? When I asked, she suddenly changed the subject. "Well, for now, I'm keeping him around. He's gained some fame, and he's considerate in various ways." She expressed her response to him with embarrassment. "Yep, it's the explosive debut of the Tsundere ancient weapon. It's a given that their first encounter was the worst." Chapter 50. Well, leave the flashy aerial combat to the flashy folks. Our job is just the mundane task of providing air support for ground forces. As I continued to be terrified by the completion of Ross's body, it was finally my turn to receive permission to descend to the surface. My ship, there, Patchwork, was an old model, though I made various modifications. It was fundamentally a versatile type that could be used both in space and on the ground, with interchangeable weaponry. This time, what I requested when taking the job was an air support mission for ground forces, the reason being that I planned to equip 2 small air-to-ground missile pods, called throwing nuts, which could be abundantly replenished in counter-terrorized territory. The power was decent, and being small-sized meant each pod had a capacity of 9 missiles. They were named so because the size of the missiles was smaller than other air-to-ground missiles. While they could be used in space, hitting targets would be challenging. They were mass-produced and adopted as auxiliary armaments for patrol aircraft and bombers in planetary atmospheres. In other words, they were used for patrol aircraft guarding tritium ore mines or energy plant security, resulting in ample reserve ammunition. Apart from providing air support for ground forces, there was also a mission to eliminate enemy air squadrons, but with Rossis around, that wasn't necessary. Well, even if Rossis wasn't here, I wouldn't have taken the mission to eliminate enemy air squadrons. I didn't want to stand out. Patchwork, initiate descent. Ensure you don't mistake the landing point. Understood. Long ago, atmospheric entry was said to be a significant challenge, but now, all ships, regardless of size, were made of materials that didn't require worrying about aerodynamic heating caused by the heat wall. So, landing on a planet's surface was straightforward. However, caution was still required during atmospheric entry. While the heat wall was fine, the ability to move became difficult due to unresolved factors. If something were to happen at this moment, it would truly be beyond my control. After safely breaking through the atmosphere, what came into view was a vast expanse of brown, a wilderness of sand and rocks. Touching down on the surface without making a mistake in the landing point, I saw a considerable number of tanks, armored vehicles, and combat aircraft for atmospheric use crowding the area. Once I positioned my ship in the designated spot, several maintenance personnel approached immediately. Any changes to the requested armaments? While the person who seemed to be the leader questioned me, his subordinates started refueling and inspections. No. Please equip 2 throwing nuts, small air-to-ground missile pods as requested. Got it. We'll hold on to the proton torpedoes hanging there for you. Thank you. As I replied, 2 throwing nuts pods were promptly brought over, and the replacement was completed in no time. The maintenance crew here seemed to be quite competent. Submitting a request in advance turned out to be the right move. After that, I went to the tent where the mercenaries were lined up, and they checked me over. Around there, tents were being rented for accommodation. Makeshift shower tents were lined up, and there were setups for cooking meals. Additionally, numerous street vendors were lined up, creating a market-like atmosphere. As I absent-mindedly observed the scene, "Hey, you're here too." My back was slapped hard, despite enduring the pain. When I turned around, it was Morais Rotelwa, whom I had worked with before as a guard for Nemus Trading Company. "Oh, long time no see." Rough, with a habit of slacking off and teasing people, she had a bad reputation. Still, she was a beautiful and tall woman with a muscular but well-proportioned physique, making her quite popular. Although it would be rude to say, I didn't want to get too close to her. Of course, she didn't care about such things and said, "I saw Arthur and the others over there." Honestly, it's better to deal with opponents we can easily beat within our group, rather than the petty harassment between nobles who sometimes split during fights. She joyfully slapped my shoulder. "Well, yeah, if Arthur and the others are here, it's reassuring." As I endured the pain, and on top of that, there's the leopard and the helmet. There's even Lassiter Demon, and Crimson Goddess. I'm starting to feel sorry for the terrorists. Someone else interrupted our conversation. It was Bernard Zag, a former police officer who, like Morais, had worked as a guard for Nemus Trading Company. In his hand, he held skewers and canned beer he seemed to have bought from a street vendor. "Although the operation was scheduled to start tomorrow morning, is it okay to drink from early afternoon? Well, maybe because it's afternoon. Is that really true? If so, our victory is guaranteed. Morais happily reacted to the information from Bernard. Even so, don't let your guard down. Of course, although Bernard warned us, it lacked conviction with a beacon and skewer in his hand. But if the current information is true, it was the right decision not to take on the mission to eliminate the enemy air squadron. During the descent, I spotted a media ship, so there's probably a crew wandering around their vicinity for coverage. Well, leave the flashy aerial battles to the flashy guys. We'll just do the mundane job of providing air support for the ground forces. Saying that, Bernard took a bite of the skewer. Well, regardless of flashy or mundane, it's all important work, isn't it? Well, it's just light banter with understanding, so there's no issue. After finishing the conversation with the two, I decided to head back to my ship after buying some bread and hearty soup from the food stall, along with some skewers and fruit. On the way, I spotted Yuri-kun, also known as Hero Boy. But luckily he didn't notice me, so I managed to avoid him without saying a word. However, when I returned to my ship, something outrageous was happening. It wasn't that my ship was damaged or anything like that. It was because a group of mercenaries, who seemed like typical extroverts, were having a barbecue right next to my ship. The barbecue itself wasn't a big deal. Similar things were happening all over. The problem was that their luggage was blocking the entrance to my ship. Technically, I had the right to ask them to move their stuff, but I doubted they would comply willingly. However, I couldn't sleep without returning to my ship. So, I had no choice but to pass the time until their barbecue was over. I went to check out the tent nearby and gathered some useful information about the area that might become a battlefield, maps, locations of buildings and facilities, weather changes, and even some fragmented information about the terrorists and the details of the energy plant we were aiming to retake. For now, I'm borrowing a large terminal to download the surrounding maps onto my wrist-mounted device. In the midst of this, the surroundings suddenly became noisy. When I looked in that direction, I saw Fiolka. She was smiling cheerfully, effortlessly handling the people around her. Being such a beauty, she must be quite popular among various people. Just as I was thinking that, hello, Soyuzos. It's been a while since the other day. Ah, hello. It was Sherry, Fiolka's maid android, who approached me. Your pre-mission information gathering is truly remarkable. Oh, no. I was just killing time here because the entrance to my ship was blocked by people's luggage nearby. I didn't bother to hide the truth and just stated it as it was. It's just my guess, but weren't you planning to do the same thing on the terminal once you got back to the ship? Shelley's gesture of pointing it out seemed very human-like. Of course, today's AI is at a level indistinguishable from humans, but the ones that have just been activated still have a sense of artificiality somewhere. However, over time, through AI learning, that artificial feeling disappears. Shelley was probably like that too, but she still felt oddly human. Well, yeah, I suppose. Since I have nothing to do, it's better for you to investigate on your own. Miss always leaves everything to me. That's why I was brought here today. She sighed as if frustrated. Her head had smooth metal plates resembling hair, and apart from the lens-shaped A's, her face was human-like, with an opening mouth and changing expressions. But she didn't breathe. She seemed to be sighing. That's probably why she's been useful to Fiolka for so long. Oh, come on. You're so persistent. Fiolka, looking exasperated, arrived. Thank you for your service, miss. I'm not being released from prison, so cut it out. Well, in a way, it's like being freed from hell. She seemed to be smiling as she dealt with it, but she must have found it troublesome. Oh, you're here in such a place, which is unusual for you. Oh, thank you. Fiolka noticed me, but she spoke to me more softly than before. Previously, she would have said something like, "Why is a wimp like you here?" It must be because I helped her. It's just nice that she's softened a bit. Well, because of that, I'm getting really intense glares from the people we're talking to Fiolka earlier. Unlike Miss, Soyuzos actively gathers information on his own. Miss, you should learn from him. But even so, I can gather information without coming here, right? Here, you might get information from locals that you wouldn't find in cyberspace, right? Come on, miss. Let's investigate on our own. Why yes. Reluctantly, she approached a soldier who seemed knowledgeable about the area. Watching their interaction, it looked more like a parent-child or sisterly relationship than master and servant. Sherry smiled fondly as she watched Fiolka talking to the local soldiers. 5 hours had passed since I started gathering information, enduring searches on a large terminal while being close to Fiolka, as well as inquiries from locals. I finally made it back to where my ship was parked. The belongings of the extroverts had collapsed, making it easier to get inside. And since they were all passed out drunk, now was the time to return to the ship, carefully avoiding the scattered luggage. I managed to get inside. I breathed a sigh of relief, locked the door securely, took a shower, changed clothes, and then collapsed onto the makeshift bed. I couldn't help but think how fortunate I was to have a combat ship with a small but functional shower, bed, toilet, microwave, and refrigerator space. Setting my alarm, I lay in bed reading a light novel until I drifted off to sleep. Chapter 51, Ground Support Unit. Can you hear me? I am Tony Ikarai, the son of Jack Ikarai, the Count. The next morning at 6 a.m. the alarm I had set rang, signaling it was time to wake up. I brushed my teeth, washed my face, changed clothes, and fixed my bed head before stepping outside the ship. There, remnants of the barbecue from yesterday's gathering were still scattered around. In other words, it was a mess of charcoal, empty cans, paper plates, plastic forks, and knives. Cleaning this up was no joke, so I decided to ignore it and head to the cooking tent for breakfast. Without meeting anyone I knew, after finishing breakfast and returning, I found the Sunny folks arguing with the Count's private soldiers. Ignoring the argument, I decided to check my ship. Checking fuel and ammunition levels, verifying the radar's operation, testing each thruster, and so on. I was interrupted. Hey, you creepy fatty. You should be the one cleaning up here. You're the one who caused all this mess. One of the Sunny girls spouted something incomprehensible. Yeah, right. We didn't make this mess, so we don't need to clean it up. The guys with her were saying similarly nonsensical things. Clearly, they were blaming me for the mess they obviously created. Why would it be my responsibility? In essence, they seemed to genuinely believe that cleaning up after themselves was not something they should do. Back in my student days, I've dealt with similar people causing trouble, so I understood well. However, it seemed they had forgotten that the Count's private soldiers were present in this situation. Don't say nonsense and clean up after yourselves. You're the only ones who left a massive amount of garbage until morning. And the commotion you made yesterday has been confirmed by everyone around, including myself. Don't shift the blame onto others. The leader of the Count's private soldiers scolded them, and even the people around them glared at them. It seemed that while I was busy listening to various things yesterday, they had caused quite a bit of trouble in the surrounding area. Unable to withstand the stares from those around, and perhaps because, despite being private soldiers, their opponent was of a higher rank, they obediently began cleaning. However, uncertain about what they might do out of spite, even after the inspection was over, I pretended to continue inspecting until their cleaning was complete. With the Count's private soldiers keeping an eye on them, once the cleaning was done, they quietly returned to their own ship. The woman who initially spoke gibberish to me went back to her flashy ship parked next to mine. Having successfully completed the inspection, I equipped a parachute-equipped survival backpack in case of ejection and sat in the pilot's seat. It was then that a simultaneous communication was directed only to the members assigned to the ground support mission. Ground support team, can you hear me? I'm Tony Ikarai, the son of Count Jack Ikarai. Oh, I couldn't help but exclaim. The person who identified himself as Tony Ikarai on the screen was none other than the noble son I saw at the gun shop the other day. I never thought he was Count Ikarai's son. Count Ikarai didn't seem to have a bad reputation, but when it comes to the son, many nobles have reservations. Curious about what kind of nonsense he would spew, I prepared myself, and then he continued, this time, I'll be giving you orders as your commander. Well, I don't plan to interfere at all, so just move as you see fit in response to the requests from the ground forces. But, You better not forget to update the map with the current situation and report it to my old man. I won't tolerate living with the wealth that could allow me to play for eternity being robbed. That will be mine someday. So, try to avoid destroying the plants as much as possible. Got it? Supplies and rewards are generously prepared. Crush those terrorists who dared to try to steal my future fortune and kill the future citizens of mine. Do it efficiently. He exuded a somewhat half-hearted arrogance and a hint of affection for the local area. All right, my old man has something to say soon. Everyone, direct your gaze to the screen or the sky. When the Count's son spoke, a hologram appeared in the air. Reflected in the hologram was a man in his 50s who seemed quite rugged. This man was likely Jack Hikurai, the lord of the planet Dura. Certainly rugged, more like the boss of a pirate or mercenary gang than a noble. He had a wild air about him. Did he resemble his son in any way? As the hologram appeared, everyone nearby turned their attention directly to it, and the Count began his speech. Mercenaries, garrison troops, private soldiers, and militia, thanks for gathering here. I'm Jack Hikurai, the lord of this planet Dura, inheriting the title from my old man. These damn terrorists have barged onto my planet Dura, demanding we hand over the Tridium vein we finally discovered, along with part of the energy plant they've occupied. I can imagine which bastards they are. But they're nothing but thieves. We prioritized the evacuation of our citizens at first, but now that it's done, there's no need to hold back. We'll kick their asses so hard they'll regret ever crossing us. Thankfully, the Imperial 5th and 7th Fleets are deployed in orbit to prevent their escape. With that encirclement, not even a speck of space junk will get away. Now, let's go kick some terrorist ass. Don't lag behind. After delivering a suitably wild speech, the Count himself boarded an armored vehicle that had arrived nearby. What? Is he really going to the front lines himself? Well, he looks like he's ready to go. Following the Count, ground and air units began to depart one after another. Since jumping out into the crowded place might cause a collision, they took off slowly after the ships around them had flown away. It would take some time for the ground support units to reach the energy plant. Unlike the aerial assault force focused on regaining air superiority, as I recalled part of the Count's speech just now. I was surprised to learn that both the 5th Fleet and the 7th Fleet were surrounding the planet Dura. They definitely have no intention of letting the terrorists escape, nor do they plan to allow reinforcements for them. I've dealt with the 7th Fleet before, but the 5th Fleet is new to me. Well, I doubt I'll ever come face to face with them. But from what I've heard, the 5th Fleet is quite something. According to the search engine Sierra Broker's Sensei, the commander of the 5th Fleet is Major General Lunary's Bloodwill. She's a rare female commander, holding the title of Countess. Beautiful and competent, but ruthlessly rational, she shows no mercy to enemies, subordinates, or superiors. Rumors say she even yelled at Supreme Guard Commander Kielek Turndebar, or something like that. Under her command, her troops, whether nobles or commoners, are calm and disciplined, never engaging in inefficient actions. Rumor has it that those who used their status and rank to bully or harass others were labeled as inefficiency producers and turned into target practice during shooting drills. There are even stories of them being riddled with bullets. While it may be a relief for commoners to be free from discrimination or bullying, there are reportedly few volunteers due to the incredibly rigorous training. Anyway, with those fearsome fleets backing us up, there's no need to worry about reinforcements coming from space or the terrorists escaping. We can focus on executing the operation with peace of mind. Chapter 52, A Game of Darts. It's a matter of hit or miss. Flying slowly in accordance with the progress of the ground forces, the area with the energy plant gradually came into view. Airborne team here, enemy air forces spotted. Commencing engagement from this point. The advance aerial team seemed to have made contact with the enemy air forces. Well, it seems like the party's starting. All right, ground support units from the main force, each of you, attach yourselves to various ground units. Main base here. Make sure not to forget to report. Following the aerial team's combat, instructions from the Count and his son reached our ground support units, and from the main base, a warning came from the Count's son. By the way, To avoid confusion between the main force and the main base, let me explain the command structure here. Main force. The overall command post led by the Count for the entire ground forces. Main base, where the Count's son is stationed, the first place where we docked. It's like the main camp and serves as the headquarters for the ground support units. Ground forces, the facility retrieval unit. The key to this operation. Aerial team, the unit for eliminating enemy air power, with Fiolka, Rossis, and Arthur. Ground support unit, the support for the facility retrieval unit, which is my assigned unit. It's worth noting that there were few mercenaries who wished to join the ground support unit. Even including the Count's private soldiers, there were only 35 units. The reason for this was the pre-information that the enemy would deploy a large number of aerial units to attack the ground forces. Indeed, the radar showed a significant number of aircraft reactions. And the crucial ground forces for the operation consisted of 9 units, including the main force. Each unit was assigned 4 aircraft, but due to the numerical issue, Bernard, Morais, and I were assigned to escort the 8th Squadron. Bernard's experience led him to take the lead, while I kept an eye on the radar as we marched. During the time I couldn't return to the ship due to the sunny folks, the information I gathered turned out to be somewhat useful. Details about the hideout of a former thieves' guild. Caves with drinkable underground water. We pinpointed potential hiding spots for terrorists and used beam shots to assess the situation, flushing out the hidden terrorists. Fortunately, the marching route of the squadron had no enemy ground support units, and the occasional tank squad in hiding was easily dealt with using Morais's falling bombs or Bernard's beam sweep. By the way, the aerial team was making quite a scene. According to reports, they managed to bring out quite large bombers from the enemy, and somehow, with the combined efforts of the King class, Black Devil, and Arthur, they quickly shot down 5 of them. Arthur's ship, with a silver lining on a white background, created a striking contrast. Others like Fiolka-san, Rossis-san, and the Chiyunobu 11-kun, along with the Crimson Goddess, similar to what Noah's Wild-san did from previous fight, apparently had explosions of enemy aircraft accompanying their vapor trails. Thanks to them, there was almost no enemy air force left to target the ground troops. I'm so grateful, so grateful. Section side, Fiolka-sat. All right. That's the 24th one. It's good that they're unmanned drones without tricky movements. Miss, 3 unmanned drones at 4 o'clock. Altitude is 4,500. Understood. Following Sherry's information, I turned the boat towards 4 o'clock and increased the altitude. Although the aerial unit is a specialized early warning control aircraft for the enemy air elimination team, my mothership, Ukrimo, also has radar of the same level, and for matters around me, it's quicker and more accurate to ask Sherry. So, Ukrimo is on standby at an altitude of 10,000 meters directly above the main camp. Since it's authenticated, there's no attack from the 5th to 7th fleets. After changing direction, 3 unmanned drones approached immediately. If it were manned aircraft, there might be tension, but with unmanned drones, there's nothing to worry about. Gripping the control stick of my favorite CO-9, Igarim, class ship nicknamed Leopard, a product of Shusat Corporation, I adjusted the position of the aircraft, shot down the 3 unmanned drones as they passed by, and exclaimed, "All right." I gave a light fist pump. For now, there are no enemy aircraft in the vicinity, and that guy is not nearby either. Right. In that case, let's return for refueling. That guy refers to the Azure Sparrow Wasp, who is currently participating on Counterattack's side. Since he seems like a mercenary too, it's not surprising that he joined. But trying to shoot down the escape pod is something I'll never forgive. Since I spotted that guy, I've asked Sherry to keep an eye on him. If there's any suspicious movement, I'll definitely shoot him down. Upon reaching the Supplely base at the main camp, the mechanics from Counterattack's territory quickly refueled and replenished ammunition for the aircraft, performing a simple check of the machines. During that time, I drank 500 sports drinks and even went to the bathroom. You might think it's unusual during combat, but it's surprisingly crucial. Although I wear support shorts for emergencies, It's better not to use them if possible. Support shorts. For men, they are regular boxer shorts. For women, they look like ordinary spats, but they are used not only for long-duration combat for space combat pilots but also for handling bodily functions limits during fainting or loss of consciousness and for situations where it's difficult to excrete easily, such as working in outer space, injuries or illnesses causing physical disabilities, or elderly people having difficulty moving after surgery. My combat ship, CO-9, Igarim, was manufactured by Shasat Corporation, my father's spaceship manufacturing company. The craft I'm using is a modified version for personal use, and its name is Leopard. The color scheme was green with black lines, and the profile of a leopard was depicted on the tail and main wings. However, on one side of the fuselage, there was an anime-style drawing of a girl with leopard ears and a tail. Somehow, it resembled me, which I didn't particularly like, but Sherry said, "Isn't it cute?" So it stayed that way. And as soon as refueling and inspection were completed, we took off again to join the battle. However, we received an unbelievable report from our early warning control aircraft. From Cyclone to all units. Contact confirmed from the northwest. Rating 5. Identified as a large bomber. I repeat, contact confirmed from the northwest. Identified as a large bomber. It's likely heading to our main base for a bombing run, followed by targeting the city in the rear. Deploying atmospheric bombers like this indicates that the enemy has prepared meticulously. I turned the nose of my craft toward where the bombers were supposed to be. Then, this is Diablo's bomber confirmed on radar. It seems to have significant escort. Windsword here. Bomber confirmed on radar as well. We're positioned on the flank of the enemy formation. Albert Circlewood, also known as the Black Devil, one of the strongest among the King class, along with a newcomer named Arthur Lingard, reported being near the bombers. Cyclone I here. Diablos, Windsword, focus on eliminating the bombers. We'll send reinforcements to eliminate their escorts immediately. Their main target is likely the city. I'm counting on you. Understood. Roger that. Both aircraft acknowledged and ended transmission. From Cyclone to all units, if anyone's available, head to eliminate the bomber escorts. Several units responded. This is Leopard. I'm already on my way. Transitioning to eliminating the escorts. So I reported. Section. Anyway, our team and 8th Squadron were steadily approaching the energy plant, but blocking our way was the large fortification, aka Fort Nemus, built during the planet's civil war when the Nek-Ilma Kingdom was founded. According to the locals, it was quite formidable. 30 meters high, 80 meters in diameter, circular in shape, supposedly impervious to even 10-ton bombs, and its surface was treated with reflex coating to deflect beams. Nowadays, since it used to be a military facility, it's off-limits to the public. And of course, the terrorists were using it as a bunker. Gunfire from Fort Nemus. They must have reactivated the old beam Gatlings left inside. The things were so rusted over. Hey, isn't that place rumored to be haunted by soldier ghosts? I wish they'd come help us take it over. The ground troops were grumbling when a call came in from their leader. This is Hotel Leader. Attack from Fort Nemus intense. Need support. A request for assistance. Roger. Will report to command. Thanks. Make it quick. We can't advance like this. After the chat with ground forces ended, Uncle Bernard contacted us on Team Comms. Acknowledged their request, but now what do we do? Want me to try dropping bombs on it? Forget it. Save your ammo. By the way, Morai's bombs were 500 kilograms free-fall ones. Probably useless. So how to silence that fortification? With our current gear, it's probably not impossible, but risky. Still better than doing nothing though. Okay, can you two attract the Gatling's attention? What are you planning? A game of darts, I guess. It's a matter of hit or miss. Hearing that, Uncle Bernard and Morais began zipping past the front of Fort Nemus at high speed. Right to left, left to right. Naturally it fired back, but they deftly evaded. Once their attention was focused on those two, from about 2 kilometers out I adjusted my throwing nuts to hit the fort's front gun openings at their height. Right before the two passed, I fired 2 shots. Perfectly timed, the nuts flew into the openings after they passed, and explosions rocked the fort. While the fort itself was unharmed, the beam gatlings and crews inside were likely done for. Sure enough, firing from Fort Nemus ceased. For now, let's have the ground troops take over. Since it could restart anytime, please move to capture it quickly. Roger. Circling behind to seize the bunker. 8th Squadron swiftly closed in on the fortification. Securing the interior was their job. Oh right, I should report this to Command. Command, this is 8th Squadron's ground support. Fort Nemus now silent. 8th Squadron moving to secure interior. Good work silencing it. If capture proves difficult, we can divert nearby units. Over. Please coordinate directly with 8th Squadron on that. I can't make that call. Understood. Carry on. That concludes the report. Now we just await the capture. By the way, command center communications are handled by teams of operators. That noble brat could never do their job. Just as I thought we could relax a bit, a loud call came in from Morais. You've really got skills. With just ship combat you'd be queen class. Well, I'm thankful for the praise. It's nice to be recognized, but I'm not fond of Morais. You've got some serious arm talent. To celebrate your achievement, drinks are on you later. Uncle Bernard gleefully declared he'd be hitting me up. Thoughts of a victory party if we survive this weighs heavily on my mind. Chapter 53, Are You Guys Idiots? After successfully capturing Fort Nemus, the recapture operation was progressing smoothly. It seemed that the enemy had invested heavily in their air team, explaining the lack of ground resistance. Perhaps they were relying on Fort Nemus. However, upon reaching the energy plant, the progress of the recapture operation came to a halt. Terrorists had barricaded themselves in the energy plant. We couldn't destroy the energy plant, as it would have dire consequences. A focused beam might damage the facility, and a missile could cause a disaster. We had no choice but to entrust the ground forces entirely. Our role as ground support was to relay enemy movements from above and prevent aerial attacks on our allied ground forces. The allied air team, which had been dealing with the enemy air team, had already eliminated the main forces. 20% remained for search and pursuit, while the remaining 80% was on alert for any threats in the vicinity. With a bit of unexpected time on our hands, I happened to witness something unpleasant. I spotted the Azure Sparrow Wasp. Seeing Arthur and their Black Devil, and especially Fiolka, not hostile, suggested they were on our side, but dealing with that one would be a nightmare. Luckily, they seemed unaware, so ignoring them was the best option. The terrorists, however, were proving to be persistent. If the fortune teller's words were true, the Nekielma Star Kingdom's military might be involved, or even the military itself. Surrendering seemed even less likely now. If they were purely terrorists, driven by twisted beliefs, surrendering wasn't an option either. They were likely waiting for reinforcements from the Nekielma Star Kingdom, but reports indicated that the 5th and 7th fleets had annihilated a Nekielma-looking fleet deployed around the planet. So, there would be no reinforcements for them. There is no doubt that they will be able to retake the energy plant if they take their time, but we do not know how long it will take. Waiting for the recapture of the energy plant was now the task for mercenaries like us, along with the private military and station troops. Militia, being amateurs, would follow instructions from military personnel and mercenaries if explained properly. Now, it was a waiting game, anticipating the terrorists' escape and the actions of the ground forces. However, some couldn't wait. Hey, you idiots, what the hell are you doing? Didn't the air team instruct you to be cautious in the area? Suddenly, the Count's angry voice echoed through the entire communication system, and everyone, probably, looked around. In the next moment, several beams were fired at the plant simultaneously, but fortunately, none hit the facility. If we finish them off, it'll be a significant achievement, right? It's a waste not to aim for it. It's war, right? Blowing up one of the plants won't be a problem. Let's finish it quickly. I want a shower and drinking sparkling wine. Those impatient ones attacking the plant were the sun-loving guys from the air team. It seemed they had no consideration for military regulations, understanding of the war situation, or the Count's furious shouts. Ignoring the Count's yelling, they were gearing up for another attack on the energy plant in a 6-aircraft formation. Then, another angry voice came through the communication system. "The ground forces are storming the plant. Are you guys planning to blow them away too?" The voice belonged to the Count's son, who seemed genuinely furious, shouting with intensity, "It's the precious sacrifices in war. They can become a hero, so it's fine, right? Besides, it's their fault for being slow." However, the son-loving guys didn't seem bothered by his yelling and responded casually. It appeared that they only saw their own convenience and desires. But seriously, their lack of intelligence was astonishing. Ignoring the commander's order with such high stakes was beyond reason. Perhaps, or rather, most likely, those cheerful individuals are the sons and daughters of nobility. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, they might be from nobility higher than a mere count. The fortune-teller lady mentioned that they were better than the nobles of the neighboring kingdom, but it seems there are still fools on our side. But this is a battlefield. Listening to their conversation, our ground support team, without any specific coordination, shifted into a position to shoot down those cheerful individuals. Having violated orders on the battlefield and intending to kill their comrades for personal gain, they shouldn't complain even if they get shot down. The initial attack took us by surprise, given that they were allies, but there won't be a second time. However, in the next moment, a flash sparkled, and explosions occurred on the ships of those cheerful individuals. Moreover, the destruction was enough to make them crash land. Gah, darn it. Enemies? What are the others around us doing? No? Friendly aircraft? Why are they attacking us? The culprits who attacked them spoke up. Are you guys idiots? The one who orchestrated the attack was Miss Marie Later Ruichin Fariner, also known as their Scarlet Goddess. With her pigeon blood-colored hair, golden eyes, fair skin, and a tall, stunning figure, she had the same seductive voice as before. "You're happily destroying something I've been working hard to reclaim, and on top of that, attacking with the ground forces still inside? What are you thinking? Anyway, quietly crash land." While Miss Fariner spoke sensibly, they seemed not to understand. "What do you think you're doing? As mercenaries, I'm the daughter of Marquis Rusber. I'll have my father punish you immediately." The cheerful girl who parked her ship next to mine was trying to assert her status with an irritated tone. The others were also hurling insults at her, but it was hard to hear clearly due to the distorted sound. Then, the Count shouted angrily without hiding his rage. "Hey, you brats under Rusber! What you tried to do is a serious violation of military regulations. Prepare for substantial punishment." It seems those cheerful individuals were not mercenaries but station troops. Because their ships and attire were flashy, I had thought they were mercenaries. "What? I'm a marquis's daughter. Why should I be blamed? What you guys tried to do was an act of destroying the backbone of the Empire's energy. Whether it's by accident or unavoidable circumstances, intentionally destroying it may lead to the death penalty, regardless of your title. Anyway, land the ship immediately. If you don't land, we'll assume you have the intention to attack the energy plant, and we'll shoot you down as traitors." The cheerful noble girl and her companions, seemingly intimidated by the Count's forcefulness, crash-landed quite far from where the plant was. About an hour later, the terrorists, realizing it was impossible to continue, captured one of their own, raised a white flag, and approached us. It turns out that the captured person had set up a remote-controlled bomb, intending to escape and then detonate the plant along with their comrades. So, they captured the terrorist leader and surrendered. Thus, the extermination of the terrorists in this operation came to an end. Chapter 54. Let's have you treat us, senpai. Everyone, to the food stalls. It's all you can drink. After the terrorists were captured, and the sun-loving aristocrats were also detained, a grand victory celebration was held in the main camp from evening onwards. Especially, Black Devil, Crimson Goddess, Feathered Helm, and Leopardess. The four of them were surrounded by a massive crowd of the media. I couldn't spot the Azure Sparrow Wasp, though. By the way, Lambert Kun seemed extremely nervous, but the other three seemed used to the attention. Even Arthur had the media swarming around him, with Sarah clinging to him, making herself appealing. In the meantime, I refueled and replenished ammunition, returned the proton torpedoes I had deposited, or at least tried to. Those sun-loving guys had apparently taken out the proton torpedoes that I and others had deposited without permission. They claimed that dust might have entered them when they made a rough landing in the wilderness, so they had to check them before returning. I didn't think dust would get in, but for safety, they insisted on checking before returning them. Proton torpedoes were essentially consumables, so I could buy new ones without much trouble, but they were a bit pricey. So, I decided to wait until they were returned. We would probably want to join the victory celebration, but for safety reasons, the maintenance crew who were checking our aircraft deserved commendation. The rewards would be sent to the Mercenary Guild later, so I originally planned to leave before the celebration started. Participating in the celebration and dealing with weirdos, especially that unknown Azure Sparrow Wasp, could be troublesome. So, I moored the ship near the maintenance area, finished checking the list of participants at the main camp, then on the way back, bought some skewers at a street stall before returning to the ship. The maintenance area was away from the central part of the main camp, so the noise was faint. I ate the skewers, drank coffee, and had some dry bread for a meal. After securing the ship, I lay down on the makeshift bed and started reading a light novel. Section. Side story. Arthur lingered. Finally free from the media, exhaustion hit me like a tidal wave. Honestly, dealing with the media was more exhausting than shooting down enemies. Are you okay, Lord Arthur? I might be in trouble. Then let's go back to the tent. Sounds good. Sarah was also worried about me, so we were about to head back to the tent when Bernard, Morais, and Levin approached. Hey, kid. Seems like you got swarmed by the media. I'm more tired from that than the combat. Bernard was holding a cup that seemed to have alcohol in it. As always, you're with that girl? How about spending some time with me once in a while? Morais suddenly put me in a headlock. It hit my face, and when whispered in my ear, it made me feel strange. Ugh, it's uncomfortable, so please let go. Morais-san, don't cling to my Arthur-sama. Oh, scary. Just kidding, just kidding. When Sarah scolded Morais-san, she quickly backed away, not wanting to get caught again. I approached Levin, who was nearby. Hey, looks like you had a good fight. Well, yeah, can't compete with the Black Devil, Scarlet, Azure Sparrow Wasp, Feathered Helm, and Leopardess, though. Levin and I exchanged a fist bump greeting. A gesture he taught me. Those five, especially there, Azure Sparrow Wasp, and Feathered Helm, their skill levels are on another level. Scarlet is impressive too. Dealing with those idiots, stripping them of their combat abilities, and managing to land safely after that, it's not easy. Yuzos-san could probably pull it off, though. With Yuzos-san's incredible skills, he might indeed do something like that. As I pondered, Morais-san reported on Yuzos-san's achievements. Indeed, he's got some serious skills. Shot a missile cleanly into a gun port from 2 kilometers away. Morais-san's report confirmed Yuzos-san's abilities. It was hard to believe at first, but Morais-san had no reason to lie. With that kind of skill, why stay in the night class? It might be bothersome, but I asked Morais-san about something I had been thinking about. There's more hassle and responsibility in the bishop class. Being a knight is more carefree. The answer was the same as what Sarah had heard before, revealing that Morais-san was also someone who chose to stay in the night class. And what about the actual person? He probably went home. Want a treat from him, but oh well. Isn't it usually your seniors who treat you? I'm still rookie. It's the duty of the seniors to treat. Levin asked Bernard-san about Yuzos-san, and surprisingly, the answer was convenient. Morais-san then joined in, supporting that claim. Then let's have you treat us, senpai. Everyone, to the food stalls. It's all you can drink. Wait a minute. I heard you're infamous for being a cheapskate. Stop it. We'll lose our rewards. Bernard-san desperately tried to stop Morais-san from heading to the food stalls. Well, this kind of exchange was probably just part of the interactions among mercenaries. Section. The next morning, before the sun had fully risen, I headed to the maintenance area to receive the torpedoes. I asked about what happened to those sun-loving people. It seems the daughter of the Count protested by using her father's name, but it didn't work. On top of that, She was disowned by the Count. Her companions were in a similar situation, facing a court-martial because they were regular military personnel, with ranks ranging from captain for the Count's daughter to lieutenants for others. Furthermore, it seems he attempted to escape, which only made his situation worse. Well, it's only natural. Although it was early in the morning, there were already plenty of people at work. There were those serving breakfast and the vendors providing meals. Especially the vendors seemed intent on selling as much as possible. Regardless, they planned to pack up once breakfast was served. Since I was already there, I decided to grab breakfast and eat at one of the provided tables. Suddenly, someone sat down in front of me. I thought it might be Hero Boy, but it was someone else. Someone extraordinary had come. Do you know what it means to be undeniably handsome? Even someone like me, who has zero interest in celebrity actors or actresses, could tell that the person sitting across from me was undeniably attractive. By the way, there's also such a thing as being undeniably beautiful, but I've never seen one in person. Around high school age, unlike the sun-loving kids in casual clothes, this person was dressed in proper military attire, indicating they were either a garrison soldier or a private guard of the Count. Then suddenly, "Yesterday was tough, huh?" they said, in a rather loud voice. What? Why are they suddenly talking to me? Or so it seemed. As someone with a tendency towards social awkwardness, being approached out of the blue by a stranger was quite distressing for me, so I was grateful not to be approached. But even though I wasn't approached, my entire family is from a military background, and many of my father and uncles are heavy drinkers with bad tempers, so cleaning up after them and taking care of them is seriously tough. I can't just yell at people I respect, you know? The mysterious handsome young man let out a grand complaint, looking quite exhausted, then let out a sigh of frustration. Considering the circumstances, it's not hard to see why he sighed. Being underage at a drinking session would probably be boring, and being part of the family meant he couldn't just run away. Moreover, with his higher rank in the military, he probably couldn't even reprimand them. But why did he start complaining to me, someone he just met? Is he waiting for me to ask, "What's wrong?" If so, that's incredibly annoying. Or is he just venting his frustrations here because he can't tell anyone else? In that case, I wish he'd speak a little more quietly, and I think he should go to the hospital soon. Well, since he's here as a participant in the operation and seems to be struggling with something, I'll just ignore it. After finishing breakfast in about 5 minutes, I left the handsome young man where he was and left the area. I was worried about being stopped by someone, but since it was early in the morning and most people were passed out drunk, they wouldn't wake up for just anything. So I quickly made my way back to the ship and soon departed from the planet Dura. Section Side, Fuel Cache Set. Yesterday was tough. The battle had just ended, yet the media swarmed in. They bombarded us with questions like, how was the battle? Did you sense any enemy strategies? Do you think there will be another attack? But what really got on my nerves were the gossip questions like, what's your favorite brand? What's your type of guy? Do you have a boyfriend? It was unbearable. Right now, I'm heading to greet Count Ikurai, who led the operation to reclaim this area, along with Sherry. I've known Count Ikurai since I was a child. He's familiar with my father. Despite his intimidating appearance, he has a kind demeanor. By the way, I remember the first time I met his son, Tony Ikurai. He lifted my skirt, so I gave him a good slap. I thought I'd get scolded, but instead, Tony got a punch from the Count, yelling, "What do you think you're doing lifting a girl's skirt?" I vividly remember that. As I reminisce about that incident, Sherry suddenly stands in front of me, as if shielding me. What's wrong, Sherry? That boy. Following Sherry's gaze, I see a young man in unfamiliar military attire with a neat face. What about him? That boy is Azure Sparrow Wasp. We're confirming his appearance after returning from the aircraft. I see. As Sherry tells me about the boy's identity, anger wells up within me. It's common for mercenaries to switch sides, so I have no issue with him being on our side now. There's also the frustration of losing in hand-to-hand combat, but more than that, I'm furious about his despicable attempt to shoot down escape pods, which is prohibited. One might think it's every man for himself on the battlefield, but even there are rules. It's understandable to be angry at someone who can't even abide by those. I could pick a fight with him, but there's no need to stir up trouble, especially when he looks tired and a few girls are already flocking to him. Special episode, My Peaceful Day. Side, Schooner Noswile. To break in the newly acquired planet racing machine. There, Violet Thunder, from the Tri-Air Company by my team. There, Crystal Weed, we came to the planet Lamadon. This planet has a diameter of about 12,700 kilometers, with an outer circumference of about 40,000 kilometers. Approximately 1 to 2 kilometers of the planet's surface depth is covered with seawater, and there's no land, only referred to as the planetary water surface. After completing today's session of breaking in the machine, we returned to one of the giant floating city, Hector, located approximately 10,000 meters above the planet's water surface. This is our accommodation this time, and it's also where I have chosen a restaurant to treat Errol and Fino-chan to dinner. Wow, who would have thought I'd lose balance on the last corner? Errol is dressed in pumps, a mini tight skirt with a slit, an off-shoulder blouse, and disguised sunglasses. Well, trying to shorten the time a bit backfired. I'm wearing pumps with long pants, a one-shoulder top I bought with Errol, and a beret with disguised sunglasses. Was it okay for me to come along too? Walking behind the smiling Errol with a somewhat apologetic expression is Fino-chan, recently joined as a mechanic. Fino Foldup, as she is known, had a fateful encounter with our team during the gate attack incident in the Saddle Zone. She was short chestnut hair tied in a ponytail, pumps, a flare skirt, and a blouse, giving off a cute vibe. While Errol and I are lightly disguised, there's no issue with her remaining as she is. Despite her petite and cute impression, she has proven her skills as a mechanic and is making a name for herself within the team. However, the moment the team members truly recognized her abilities was when, perhaps to appear slimmer, she was not noticeable while wearing clothes, but in the shower room, her incredible bust was revealed. Even Errol, with her habit of burying her face in other people's chests and rubbing against them, was overwhelmed and ended up bowing involuntarily. It's fine, it's fine. The pockets of the number one racer won't be affected by something like this. Besides, I caused some trouble too. During the test drive, I had a race with Errol and ended up losing. Errol, feeling triumphant, ended up crashing her aircraft into the wall of the floating type vehicle maintenance space, giving her extra work. As an apology, Errol invited me for a meal. As we chatted, we arrived at their Steakhouse El Nato, a steakhouse chain known for its delicious food. It was a popular place, not only on this planet but also on other planets. Perhaps because Errol made a reservation using my name, the staff kindly guided us to a private room. However, our disguises were exposed before entering the private room, and both Errol and I were requested for handshakes, autographs, and photos by the enthusiastic customers. While I felt it was okay to decline since it was a private moment, Errol, with her belief that we shouldn't be cold to those who support us, convinced me to graciously accept. However, look, it's the planet racer Schooner Noswile and Errol Zelia Tinks. No way. Let's get closer to them. Two men emerged from the private room and forcefully pushed aside other customers, approaching us. Since you guys are so enthusiastic about fan service, give us some too. Yeah, that's right. Gotta treat the fans well. Both men reeked of alcohol and grabbed our arms. Excuse me, customers. Please refrain from such behavior as it may disturb other customers. A female waiter tried to intervene, but shut up, Kaya. The man holding my arm kicked the waiter away. In response, I tripped his legs, twisted his joints using the arm he grabbed, slammed his body onto the floor, pressed my knee against his neck, and restrained him. Don't use violence without reason. What the hell do you think you're doing? The man who had grabbed Errol's arm let go, intending to punch me to help his friend. Errol swiftly dodged, grabbing the man's arm and throwing him to the ground in a single fluid motion. The man let out a groan as he hit the floor, then lost consciousness. Quick! Call the police and an ambulance, I instructed the store clerk. But, if you call the police, we'll expose your violent acts to the media. The man I was restraining sneered, wearing a smug grin. In other words, he was demanding release to avoid having their violent acts exposed in the media. Errol responded with a smile, "It's fine. If we take out thugs like you, we'll be praised, not condemned, right?" Soon after, the police arrived. The men claimed we had attacked them out of nowhere, but several witnesses, including Fino-chan and other customers, had recorded the incident. Their lies were quickly exposed, and they were promptly arrested and taken away. Errol must have known people were filming, which allowed her to speak so confidently. After the police left, as we were about to leave since we had caused trouble for the store, a man who seemed to be the manager and several store employees lined up in front of us, bowing their heads. "My apologies, Nozwile-sama. We should have handled the situation ourselves instead of putting you in harm's way. We are truly sorry," the manager said. "No, if we had quickly moved to a private room, none of this would have happened," I replied. As the manager and I exchanged bows, Errol interjected confidently, "Don't be ridiculous. Those guys are the ones at fault. Neither the store nor us did anything wrong." Errol said with a smug look on her face, "We appreciate your understanding. As a token of apology, although it can't make up for what happened, we would like to offer you 3 portions of our special deluxe meat course free of charge," the manager offered. With that, the manager and the staff bowed politely. "Really? Well then, let's gratefully accept it." I placed my hand on Errol's shoulder, who seemed pleased. "Hey, we reserved the standard steak course, right?" "Well, since it's free, it's fine." Errol tried to dodge the question. Avoiding eye contact, I had chosen the standard course to keep it reasonable, knowing that splurging on the special premium meat course would dent our wallets later on. "Well, that settles it. This time treat is on me," I declared, grabbing Errol's shoulders. "All right. Treat's on you then." Since she ordered an expensive menu without consulting me, I wasn't going to let her complain. By the way, the special premium meat course was so delicious that Errol got a bit carried away. "This is all thanks to me for making the reservation. Be grateful," Errol said, getting into the mood as if he hadn't learned his lesson. Afterward, "Nice to meet you again." For those meeting me for the first time, I'm Mogura. Today, I introduced Sherry through illustrations. In my mind, she had no iris in her eyes and had a more mechanical appearance, like she had lenses inserted. However, the editors suggested, "That's not cute, let's not do that." Since I also had my own preferences, the discussion reached an impasse, and we decided to have the illustrator Ham-san bring the illustration to life. After seeing the finished illustration, any reservations I had vanished, and I realized the power of illustrations with a single change. Also, the appearance of Alphonse Zeistol, "Madam," one of the heroines, in Volume 2, turned out quite elegant. If treated kindly with this appearance, Yuri-kun, who was in a tough situation, would easily fall for it, and I realized that he wouldn't even notice she was wearing men's uniforms. Editor Osama points out things I wouldn't notice from my perspective. Illustrator Ham-san creates characters more appealing than I imagined. Above all, I am endlessly grateful to all the readers. Thank you for your continued support. By the way, I wonder if Fiorku is really okay with the paid bonus. End of Volume 2.